You can get the mouse to it. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program's Water Access Evaluations. Today, a team of volunteers, citizens, community members, I should say, local and state agencies are gathered together to help score and rank project proposals where local and state agencies are asking for funds to develop, acquire, sites for access to our state's waterways. This program is administered by the Recreation and Conservation Office. To learn more about our agency and the grant programs we have to offer, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. The project proposals that you will be seeing will be presented later this year for funding consideration by the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board, by the Governor's Office, and finally, waiting for funds to come through the legislature as part of the 25-27 biennium. We hope you will stay tuned. We have about 12 project proposals to look at today, and then we will be able to share the results sometime later in September. Thank you for joining us. We're going to begin with our first project proposal. Share this one. Evaluators, I'm going to share my screen, and I think our first applicant is here. It is ready to go. Oh, I'm going to show my video panel. I'm going to open up the presentation for our first applicant. And this looks like it's the Port of Woodland that's going to be presenting. And I am going to turn over my meeting controls. Is that you, Jennifer?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm handing over meeting controls. And Jennifer, I think you know how to double click. I'm going to put the mouse on the screen. Why don't you double click? Make sure you have control.
Let's see here.
Go. Now why don't you use your arrow keys to hit your back arrow?
There we go.
Okay, and see if you can hit your forward arrow. Okay, good job.
Yep.
Okay, well, with that, I am going to pull out my trusty little timer, and you may begin.
All right. Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Jennifer Ray Keene. I serve as the Executive Director of the Port of Woodland. I am here to present the Austin Point Water Recreation Park project for your consideration under the WWRP Water Access Funding. The project site is in South Cowlitz County along the Columbia and Lewis River in Cowlitz County, just north of the border with Clark County. The site is approximately 5 miles from Interstate 5 at exit 22 interchange and 2 miles from the city of Woodland proper. The project area is 90 acres of undeveloped property that is owned by the Port of Woodland and zoned open space. This is a current site condition of the entry area of the property with barriers, gravel, serving as the only improvements that the port has made on the property over the years. This will be the future location of the parking lot that is proposed as part of the project area. There have been numerous studies that have been and plans that have been conducted over the years within our region over water access. Those include the Port of Woodland's own comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements. However, limited availability of land within the region have been limited due to private development of housing, heavy industrial developments, as well as mitigation. So that coming of a parcel this size is very unique within a project. Within our service region, which we identified as between Longview and Ridgefield, there are numerous boat launches and access points. Most of them are for-charge sites that are either privately owned, like Stevens, Morridge, or with the there's another site, sorry, that's not on here anymore, as well as state and government owned properties like the Port of Kalama Marina and Fish and Wildlife Peak and Ferry Boat Launch. These sites do not allow for private or open access for free of charge. The only one that we have within our region is at Woodland Horseshoe Lake Park, and that is a community park that is not actually on either the Columbia or Lewis. It is a man-made lake. The port's plan is to bring many of the amenities that a lot of these for-charge sites have to a no-cost site at the Port of Woodland. Over the numerous years, the port has explored an option for recreational opportunities. As part of the project, the effort to engage with the public began a 2-year process to identify what the port community wanted in a facility. This included open houses, community events, parades, and other regional festivities, surveys, in-person meetings, and speeches. Over the 2 years and a few thousand responses, we gathered those answers and we provided those to a consultant that we hired last year, and they were able to plug in those answers and come up with the design that you're going to see today. The picture on the left is just one of the open house events that we had, and on to the right is one of the survey questions, just as an example of what we received as part of our questionnaire. The project scope was developed through the outcomes of the information that we received from the community. This included developing the scope around the natural features of the site. Like, as I mentioned, the site is 90 acres, so it was incredibly important to work around all of the different aspects of the site. The focus was to be about the rivers and the shorelines, making it accessible to all. We worked to incorporate the scope to include these amenities for the public. In general, we met 90% of the amenities within this application, and we hope through partnerships that we will currently meet all 100% of the requested amenities for the public. Or I should state, the number one priority was access to the rivers. Regarding the project scope, the project seeks to invite the public into a safe, beautiful, and natural area. ample parking to meet cars, trucks, trailers, and ADA needs was critical. Available vault toilets, fish cleaning station, along with 2 trailheads to connect to paths to take the visitors out to the shorelines will greet people at the entry of the property. Four miles of paths will wind around the 90 acres of open space with 16 spots of access areas to the shorelines. Some of these spots will have overlooks, picnic tables, shade shelters. Boardwalk material will be constructed over more sensitive areas to continue flow necessary to maintain critical wetland habitat that is going to be undisturbed within the property. Lookouts and access to shorelines to view areas like this in the picture stretch along the Columbia River will provide visitors opportunities for water recreation. Just above this spot is planned to be one of the largest pavilions at the point that will look over the largest area on the site. Around the corner of the river bend is the Lewis River. Site suitability is critical for meeting the needs of our community. With 90 acres along these 2 rivers, this site is a gem for the state. The location for the port's ability to turn a site that was once used for illegal ATV use and illegal dumping grounds into a positive for our community with trails and pathways will take visitors out to these rivers, allow the 90 acres for open access for a variety of uses, as well as still being able to maintain its functionality with its Warrior Rock beacon, maintaining the health of the wetland and buffers, utilizing the damage into a positive, maintaining our fishing haven for all of our sports fishermen, as well as creating a positive use for this property meets all the goals for the port. The project design incorporated several factors that were important to the port. One, due to the fact that there is limited access to infrastructure to Austin Point, it had to be self-contained. 2, it had to be low maintenance. 3, it had to be attractive but fit the natural settings out at the point. And 4, meet the public's input that we received regarding amenities. A recent visit by staff to Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Forest Service site, we found the use of recycled material on their pathways, and the port is currently considering the use of this for our own pathways at this site. Overall, the site will incorporate natural over manicured, rustic over urban, using natural colors and using natural like materials. Excuse me. The current site is very limited with sand and logs along with overgrown brush. So the fit for this property within the design, we wanted to incorporate all of it into a more natural focused, inviting use. With proper design, parking lots will accommodate ADA access. Another bonus, the site will have proper drainage and will not create issues with the soft sand. For those of you who have walked on soft sand, you know how difficult that can be for anybody for mobility. With pathways that are paved, visitors will have access points to get to the Lewis River, which are currently not available. Using the current parking sites allows for familiarity, ease of mobility, development, construction, and access ease, and we limit the necessity for further impacts to the environment by utilizing what's already been impacted. Boardwalks around sensitive areas near the wetlands and buffers will allow the public to learn about the wetlands, enjoy the lush, vibrant foliage, retain the flow of the natural conditions of the point, and will meet ADA requirements, have signage regarding cultural environmental information. One of the great learning lessons about this site is that just across the river is one of these summer camping grounds of the Cowlitz Native tribe in Clark County. Creating a cost-efficient project was critical for the port regarding the design fit. The project will be self-sustained infrastructure like the vault compost toilets. The port will be able to utilize the material and limit construction costs with infrastructure development. These vault toilets come in kits and require a pad for placement and minimal ground displacement. The port has identified 2 locations for these systems. All in all, accessing the Columbia and Lewis rivers will require minimal intrusion, allowing more and more visitors to enter into our beaches, allowing more people to view these beautiful river systems. Some of these shade structures and picnic tables will allow for more use for long time availability. Some locations will have signage identifying key locations or experiences that have happened. Other locations will provide for a more natural look, like the shady beach that you see in this picture. Overall, the site will be a safe location for family and all to recreate.
Hey, Jennifer.
Yes.
So your time is up.
Oh, okay.
So very quickly, why don't you just show us your images, because
Okay.
it's time to give evaluators a chance to ask questions. So double click to get control again.
Okay.
And I can move, if you want me to just move your slide.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I can do that. Okay.
Okay.
So let me I'm going to take controls here and then maybe.
Yeah, sorry, I was having problems with it moving ahead.
Okay. So let's just go and just quickly, I think you were showing design and fit, and this was to give everybody a chance to see your budget.
Yep. So the budget was developed by our consultants that we hired last year. So we'll cover that. As I mentioned, the project engagements, we had multiple engagements, over 2,700 responses. This is just a snapshot of our population and some of the survey responses that we received that we engaged with our community. Next. We are currently in partnership for 2 aspects that were grayed out in our project, which was the playground equipment and off-leash dog park. That is not in our application, and we are currently working on in-kind work. Next. On the sustainability piece, as I've mentioned, that we have worked on a lot of pieces to work within the natural environment to ensure that we did not do additional damage to the environment. Next. Go ahead and next. These are some of the things that we'll be working on with the fill material and promoting our recreation. Next. Next. Cost efficiencies, as I mentioned.
And I think that's it.
Yep.
So team members, are there questions or comments for Jennifer? And we'll start with you, Gina.
Could you describe a little bit further about, I think you called it primitive boating opportunities. I'm thinking you're talking about non-motorized boating. Is that what that means?
So we do not have a structured or a concrete boat launch. So you could, we have a lot of people who currently just roll in off of the beach. That's what we mean by primitive.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And Garrett, why don't you go next?
Hi, good morning. Two quick questions for you. Following up on Gina's, so motorized, non-motorized, it's all comers, drift boats, what have you, and they can bridge the gap between your parking lot and the beach?
Yes. Yes. Within the parking lot, there's a pull around, and they would be able to then back around and then be able to launch from there and then go around and park their vehicle.
Okay, and that's directly into the Columbia. So are the currents there such that you got an eddy, or is that pushing people right out into slipstream?
No, it's right next to a pile dike, so they're protected.
Okay, that's super good to know. You also mentioned proximity to tribes, summer camping grounds, and I didn't see, do you have any engagement with the local tribes? Is this their usual and custom waters? Is there a component engagement interaction with that?
Yes, sorry, I had to skip ahead. So we worked with the Cowlitz Indian tribe back starting in 2016. They were able to ensure that none of our properties were part of their tribal lands. It was across where the Wapato conservation lands right across the river. So we're going to be able to spotlight some of their fishing and summer habitats from across the river.
Okay, and this isn't their usual and custom waters for their fishing grounds?
No.
Thank you.
And Eric, you are next.
Thank you. I noticed as you went through the last few slides, there was some mention of not funded in certain aspects of the desired improvements. Could you speak to that a bit?
Yes. So there was two projects right off the bat that we pulled out that we felt that were going to be more philanthropic or might be more of towards donation. And those were the off-leash fenced dog park and the playground. And so we grayed out those areas. And so if you look in the design, they're more towards the parking lot area. Those were designed and identified before even doing this application that we would go after outside funding for that. And currently we are working with an outside grant writer to with our ADO to get those funded.
Thanks.
Any last questions or comments from the team? Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I just got a real quick one. I missed the distribution of the vault toilets. Can you just speak to that? Are they spread across the project area, or there's two of them, right?
Correct. There's one by the parking lot, right by the fish cleaning station. And then there's another one in the more towards the South Point area. And we're still looking at other locations in the future.
So Jennifer, I'm not hearing any other questions from team members. Thank you so very much for coming and presenting today. I know it went really fast. It always goes faster than you planned, but we hope to be able to share the results with you at the end of next week.
Okay, thank you so much. And my apologies for going over. I appreciate your guys' time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Up next is the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Jennifer, are you here to present, or Lisa? I'm not sure which one is presenting today.
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can barely hear you. So is there a way to get closer to your volume?
I will try. You might get an extreme close-up. Is that better?
That's way better. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
So Jennifer, we're giving them just a moment to kind of finish up their scoring on that project. And I am going to turn over the mouse and equipment to you. And then I'm just going to ask you to double click to see if you have control. And then why don't you use the arrow keys to see if you can go forward and now see if you can go back. Perfect. Team members, hopefully you are with us on the next project, which is the Yakima River Camp Access. And Lisa, I've set my trusty timer, so you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Nelson. I work for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife in Ellensburg, and I'm pleased to present our Yakima River Camp Access Acquisition Project today. The goal of this project is to acquire nearly 87 acres with 1 mile of the main stem Yakima River, just 3 miles east of Cle Elum in Kittitas County. Acquisition of this property will permanently protect the shoreline from private development and ensure public access to the river in perpetuity. The project is located in Kittitas County, near the center of our great state. Got a delay. This map shows the location of our project with the major state highways and freeways highlighted, providing easy access to the site from all directions. The project is located on the Yakima River, about 1 mile upstream from the confluence with the Teanaway River. Outlined in yellow is an aerial image of the camp access property that includes 1 mile of the Yakima River shoreline, and I'll often make reference to State Route 10 to help orient you on the property. Most recreational tourists in Kittitas County come from King, Snohomish, and Pierce counties. Average daily traffic volumes on I-90 near Cle Elum have increased by more than 20,000 vehicles per day in the last 5 years. With Cle Elum being just east of Snoqualmie Pass and right along I-90, it's a very popular destination for visitors, and many are drawn to the river. This map shows the project location relative to other nearby river access sites. The 16-mile scenic float through the upper Yakima River Canyon from the Teanaway Junction to the Thorpe Takeout is described as a Class 2 float, generally suitable for novice users. This figure shows the camp access property is immediately adjacent to the Teanaway Junction access site. Together, these properties will ensure public access to 200 acres and 2 miles of the Yakima River. The Teanaway Junction boat launch and parking area are near the northwestern corner of the project, and the river is braided in this reach. Within a half mile of launching, boaters must know to take the river right channel for safer passage through the reach. The log jams, indicated in the red circles, create amazing fish habitat, but can be extremely hazardous for boaters and floaters. These images were taken earlier this spring near the most upstream and largest log jam. Between March and May, this ponderosa pine tree was recruited to the river, demonstrating the ever-changing conditions in this reach. Unfortunately, in early June, a drift boat was trapped in this very same tree and 2 people were rescued. This drone image was provided to us by the Sheriff's Department. 20 people have been rescued from log jams in this reach of the river in the last 4 years. Many recreational floaters have discovered that just a mile down the road, they can park along State Route 10 and launch into the Teanaway River at its confluence with the Yakima River and avoid the logjam hazards below our current launch. This is a photo from a super mega epic float event where hundreds of people parked along State Route 10. Pedestrians with large floating toys essentially took over the highway. And this is a photo I took on a Saturday about a month ago at the same site, and there are still pedestrians on the highway. The camp access property has space to provide ample parking for river users currently occupying the highway right-of-way and can be made available to users almost immediately. The opportunity to remove river users from the shoulders of SR 10 has earned support from public safety officials, private landowners, and the Department of Transportation. Recognizing the value of the Yakima River, in 2018, Kittitas County completed the Yakima River Public Access Plan. In this plan, our project is referred to as the Old Church Camp. Acquisition was identified as a high priority in all three categories considered. In the county's 2021 Recreation and Tourism Plan, the desire for water trails and waterfront access was again emphasized. This property will be available almost immediately to hand-carried vessels, helping to implement important action items within this plan. This is a photo of an existing trail on the property leading to the river. Access to the river would be available to people of most abilities for fishing, wildlife watching, picnicking, and just enjoying nature. The Yakima River is loved year-round and is known for its blue ribbon trout fishery. Inflatable kayaks can be launched from the property in numerous locations without the need for improvements. This is another trail on the property leading to an area used by the owners for camping and launching their rafts. This property provides an opportunity for the entire community to see the big and little things that make the river such a magical place and to connect with nature. It's a productive reach of the river for fish and easy to access for walk-in users like this happy angler. Beginning in 2015, the owners of the property began the process to apply for a conditional use permit for a campground on this property. The campground layout was updated as recently as last year and will provide 134 camping sites along with a private clubhouse and private access to the river. It has been approved. And much of the infrastructure is already in place. To keep their options open, in 2022, the landowners applied to rezone their property from 20-acre minimum lot sizes to 5-acre minimums. I'm certain the owners would have a more creative layout than I've shown here, but 15 to 17 individual lots could be created, locking up 1 mile of river access to private owners within this HOA. This rezone has also been approved. This is a Google Earth image of a private development less than 4 miles upstream and is a good example of what we don't want to have happen on this property. The development pressure and potential is real for the property, and the owners are looking for a return on their investment. They want to sell to WDFW, but they won't wait forever. Successful acquisition will ensure kids of all ages can enjoy skipping rocks into this perfect little swimming hole, safe from the swift currents in the main river. The property has several trails already created and ready to guide the public to the river. This property is ideal for a water access site. I want you to notice how the channels all come together and flow northerly towards SR 10 on the right side of the photo. Also notice the brown area that is higher and relatively dry compared to the rest of the property. This is a 1954 aerial photo of the project area. The dry area is still mostly dry, except for some relic irrigation ditches, and the channels of the river all come back together in the same location, providing a stable location. This drone image from July of this year shows this relatively stable shoreline and a lack of river obstacles. This stable riverbank is where we have developed a conceptual plan for a hand launch, parking area, and CXT toilets. This is a photo of the main entrance looking east toward the river and likely future development area. Minimal work is needed to prepare this portion of the property for public use. Development of the river access plan included a series of workshops, open houses, online surveys, and direct outreach to specific interest groups. WDFW was at the table for these meetings, along with the Yakima Nation, hunting and fishing groups, commercial interests, emergency responders, environmental organizations, and private landowners. This project was identified as a priority by this diverse group of stakeholders. In addition, WDFW completes a public comment period for all potential land acquisitions, including this project. Because the project was well vetted within the river access plan and further supported by the tourism plan, we are fortunate to have support for the project from a variety of interests. Outreach to these groups, our co-managers, other stakeholders, and the public will be ongoing to understand the needs and desires for the property in future phases. We are proud to have the support and partnership of so many diverse organizations along with private property owners. If we're successful with acquisition, we will continue to partner with the community to ensure future developments continue to receive support for increasing public safety, improving access to the river and natural spaces, and providing education opportunities on the importance of conserving these wild spaces for all Washingtonians. WDFW has staff that maintain and manage the land adjacent to this property, and we have a design team that specializes in water access facilities. We plan to fund the operation and maintenance of the property through the 9V decision package if successful with acquisition. The property is mostly undeveloped and minimal work is required to provide on-site parking, and we're looking forward to working with our partners on shared stewardship opportunities. It's important that we take advantage of this opportunity to purchase the property now. The owners would like to sell to WDFW, but they need a return on their investment, and they've been clear. This is our last opportunity to purchase this incredible riverine property. Thank you for your time and allowing me to take you on a tour of our Yakima River Camp Access Acquisition Project. I welcome your feedback and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Team members, are there questions? And Jennifer, if you let go of the mouse, that would be awesome. I'm going to see, can I get it back here? Get my camera turned in. We'll start with Garrett.
Good morning, Jennifer. Hey, on cost efficiencies that you just wrapped up with, you talked about some of the other WDFW components that might come into play. Can you talk about that a little bit from a cost efficiency standpoint, and what is WDFW bringing to the table, be it just having an adjacency so there's efficiency of operation, kind of reading between the lines, but is there anything more from a funding and cost efficiency standpoint? Please, thank you.
I may have to phone my friend Lisa on this one, but primarily we're looking at cost efficiencies that we're already there. You know, it's not sending somebody to a site that's 40 miles away from everything else. We're already going to be there with with staff and equipment if necessary.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the team? Jennifer, I think that means that you covered things very well.
Good.
Does it look like folks have anything else they need to ask? So thank you very much. We hope to be able to share the results with you by the end of next week. So thanks again, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
All right. Up next is, get out of this one. And this is Peninsula Metropolitan Park District. And I think I'm looking for Nicole. Nicole, are you presenting this one?
I am presenting this one.
Okay, so let me make that shift. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
And I am going to turn the remote control over to you. And so I just ask that you double click first on your mouse. Okay, now use the arrow keys on your keyboard to go back. That usually works a little bit better. You don't get into too much trouble. All right, team, I hope you are ready. I am starting my trusty little timer. So Nicole, you may begin.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Nicole Jones-Vogel. I'm a consultant hired by PennMet Park District, and I happen to be a former PennMet employee who has worked on related grant applications to the project presented today. This grant application is for the Tacoma de Molay Sandspit Park expansion, which will add 3.5 acres of currently privately owned residential property and 300 feet of shoreline to the existing PennMet Parks owned property, the Tacoma de Molay Sandspit Park. PennMet Parks District is located on the west side of Pierce County and encompasses about 54 square miles of the Gig Harbor Peninsula, extending from Tacoma Narrows Bridge to the Purdy Bridge and reaching the Kitsap Line to the north, outside of the Gig Harbor city limits. PennMet Parks District service area has a population of approximately 56,000 people, with 40,000 residing in the district boundaries and just over 12,000 living within the city of Gig Harbor. These two properties PennMet seeks to acquire are situated near Gig Harbor on Fox Island in a residential area directly adjacent to a well-loved 5-acre waterfront park. PennMet Park seeks to acquire fee simple ownership of approximately 3.5 acres of rural residentially zoned waterfront property with property addresses of 52 and 58 Island Boulevard, also known as Bella Bella Drive, on Fox Island, Washington. Accessing waterfront properties can be more challenging than it appears on a two-dimensional map. While some sites may seem close by, several factors can impede access, such as tolls on the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, the need to take ferries to Vashon Island, and the lengthy drives required to reach many locations on the Key Peninsula or in Mason County. This slide illustrates a 15-mile radius around water access facilities. However, the actual travel distances to many of these sites are significantly greater due to the need to cross or navigate around waterways. Additionally, most of these locations are primarily launching or mooring facilities, which may be privately owned, or many of them are privately owned. Within the PennMet Park District, there are 11 other public waterfront facilities that offer a variety of access options, including water access without launches, launch-only sites, and piers. The community's strong demand for water access was highlighted in the 2023 PennMet Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan as a top priority. PennMet Parks currently manages the Tacoma de Molay Sandspit Park, a popular site that attracts significant community use, even drawing visitors from beyond the local area. The park's positive reputation often results in parking challenges for the surrounding residential neighborhood, especially on sunny summer days or during low tide events. Nern's Point is a notable landform in Puget Sound that has garnered attention from state and local agencies, as well as a local nonprofit, Harbor Wild Watch, for its ecological significance. This compact and accessible shoreline site is home to an active marine restoration program that is reconnecting the shoreline with a mature bluff and riparian area. The beach at Nerds Point features a substrate of Olympic age silts and clays protected by sediment fill, particularly from the barrier embankment, also known as the sand spit. The submerged aquatic vegetation at Nerds Point provides vital habitat for priority species. As a marine shoreline offering multiple benefits, Nerds Point also enhances marine recreation and serves as a location on the Cascade Marine Trail for human-powered vessels. A few items to note. The acquisition will result in a combined park asset of just over 9 acres and approximately 2,500 feet of shoreline. The acquisition will bring the entirety of Nerds Point into public ownership. There are 2 existing residences, a shoreline bulkhead, and access driveways. The residences will be demolished within the first year of PennMet Park's ownership. The bulkheads will be demolished within the first 3 years of PennMet Park's ownership. Acquiring this property will enhance public access to Nerds Point, offering expanded opportunities for education, trail exploration, shoreline enjoyment, and wildlife viewing. The environment and the community will also benefit from the complete removal of the bulkhead and the subsequent restoration efforts. This property was recently listed on the MLS and could easily be relisted for a sale that would likely continue its residential use. The property was appraised at $2.5 million this year, and PennMet Parks has negotiated a purchase and sale agreement for this amount, aiming to secure the property before any private offers from developers are accepted. In the Gig Harbor area, low developed waterfront properties are increasingly rare, particularly low or no bank parcels like this one. There is significant pressure to acquire such properties for single-family homes. The site includes 2 parcels zoned for low-density residential use, with existing development rights and utilities. This property spans 3.5 acres, featuring approximately 300 feet of shoreline, extensive accessible tidelands, critical habitats including shoreline, riparian, and wetlands, and mature forested uplands. Acquiring this property would expand the Tacoma de Molay Sandspit Park, completing the fragile and compact Nerds Point ecosystem. Together, these properties would create a nearly 9-acre contiguous shoreline park, offering approximately 2,500 linear feet of marine shoreline for public passive recreation and environmental education. The site, recognized as a marine shoreline of the state, includes designated wetlands and lies within the 2017 regulated floodplain. It supports species and habitats of local importance as defined by Pierce County Code Title 18. Acquiring these parcels would enable PennMet Parks to be more effectively able to implement recommendations from the Key Peninsula, Gig Harbor, and Islands Watershed Nearshore Salmon Habitat Assessment Final Report, which was adopted in 2003. There is strong community support for acquiring, protecting, and stewarding this unique area for public use. This site is ideally situated for its intended purpose. Its proximity to the existing park, along with the planned shoreline restoration project involving multiple partners, expanded waterfront access, and the protection of the entire Nerds Point ecosystem. The expansion of the existing trail system further underscores its suitability for ongoing long-term recreational use. Additionally, the removal of the existing structures and septic systems will provide significant environmental benefits. PennMet Parks hosts highly engaged events on-site, community-wide surveys, open houses, presentations, and park board meetings to gather community input on needs, interests, and general input. PennMet Parks has provided a robust engagement process with the Park District residents in a strategic plan, which was adopted in 2023 and updated in 2024. The Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan adopted in 2023. The Tacoma de Molay Sandspit Nature Preserve Shoreline Restoration, which the phase 2 of that was completed in 2023. And the Tacoma de Molay Park Master Plan, currently adopted and design underway. As part of the PROS Plan outreach, a survey was used to get feedback from users and non-users of parks, recreation, and trails in the district. The survey consisted of a statistically valid invite survey based on random sampling of 4,000 residents of PennMet Parks, together with an open link survey for all other residents who were not included in the invitation sample. The underlying survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Using U.S. Census Bureau data, the population, age, and race distributions in the total sample were adjusted to match the actual population profile of the district more closely. A total of 942 responses were received. Among invite respondents, trail and water access was ranked as the top 2 most important amenity for our park users. PennMet has partnered with Pierce Conservation District to obtain grant funding for a Tacoma Demolay Sandspit Park shoreline restoration study. Pierce Conservation District is a strong partner and obtained additional funding to continue work to establish a preferred alternative and remains committed to shoreline restoration at the existing park and is open to expansion if PennMet is successful in obtaining funding to purchase the entire 3.57 acre Island Boulevard properties. Placing these properties into public ownership is supported by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians and the Nisqually Indian Tribe. PennMet Parks has secured funding from Pierce County Conservation Futures in an amount of $2.25 million to assist in funding the acquisition of the 2 parcels. The district partnered with Pierce Conservation District for the development and design of the bulkhead removal and shoreline restoration, which has been formalized in a memorandum of understanding approved by the Park Board resolution in May 2024. And the Pierce Conservation District is in the process of designing the restoration effort based on the adopted Tacoma Demolay Sandspit Park Master Plan, which could be amended once the expansion is approved and finalized. These things illustrate agency commitment and is emphasized by the hundreds of hours of volunteer work and community interest in this area. This concludes the presentation. After the next break, the PennMet Parks Director of Park Services, Sue O'Neill, will be presenting on the Demolay Sandspit accessibility and park improvements. I am happy to share, thank you for advancing my slides. I got distracted by the content. I appreciate that support. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Questions or comments from team members? We'll start with you, Gina.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Nicole. Can you describe a little further about the project engagement outreach and possible responses from underserved communities?
Yeah, that's a great question. The district has been doing a bunch of serial type efforts. So the initial work in this area was done in partnership with the Pierce Conservation District. So bringing in interested folks to this area, also through the Harbor Wild Watch and their user groups to get people who are interested in this site to participate. And then the strategic plan was done in an effort to bring voices from all over the district, followed up by the pros plan. So there's been considerable effort coming from multiple areas to make sure that voices from all areas of the district are heard.
Thank you.
And then James, James, did you have a question? Okay. Okay, great. Other questions or comments? So Nicole, it appears that you have addressed the criteria and answered the follow-up questions. So I will say thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation and your time. And we hope to be able to share the results with you at the end of next week. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Team members, you are doing a great job. And just because, why don't we take a break? So our next presentation is scheduled for 11:25. So let's take a break and then we'll look for you here shortly. Hi, Sue.
Hello.
It's Marguerite here. Are you the one presenting the next project?
I am.
Well, awesome. I think all of our evaluators are making their way back to
Okay.
their station, so they are ready to get started here very shortly. And I am going to turn the remote control mouse over to you.
Okay.
I'm going to find you here first. And then Sue, I'm going to ask if you will just double click and make sure you have control. Okay, why don't you use your arrow keys to go back
Okay.
and back one more. And you notice there's a little bit of delay.
Yes.
Okay, and I have my trusty timer and I think everybody is back and ready to go. So you may begin.
All right. Hello, I'm Sue O'Neill with PennMet Parks. We manage over 600 acres of parkland property in unincorporated Pierce County near Gig Harbor. And this project will renovate Demole Sandspit, a well-loved 5-acre waterfront park, to provide accessibility and park improvements. We acquired the property in 2010 with RCO grant funding, and Nicole just presented our application for expanding this park through acquisition of 2 adjacent parcels. The property is located in Pierce County near Gig Harbor, south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. Our district is shown in the darker green on the map to the right and encompasses 54.3 square miles of the Gig Harbor Peninsula. Demole Sandspit, shaded in the aerial photo on the left, is located on the northeast tip of Fox Island. This slide shows a 15-mile water access area. Actual travel distances to many of these sites are significantly greater due to the need to cross bridges, take a ferry, or navigate around waterways. Additionally, most of these locations are primarily launching or moorage facilities, with many being privately owned. Public waterfront sites within the PennMet Park District are owned by PennMet and other agencies. They include water access sites without launches, launch-only sites, and piers. Outdoor recreation sites within our service area include PennMet, City of Gig Harbor, and state parks. PennMet waterfront sites vary in condition and development. 2 aren't developed, 1 is minimally developed, and 3 of our waterfront parks are developed but need renovation and accessibility improvements, including Demole Sandspit. Water access is the #2 community priority in our PROS plan based on a statistically valid survey. This project meets PROS plan goals to deliver high-quality parks and recreation facilities and provide equitable access to recreation facilities. It also fills a service gap by improving ADA accessibility. Our 23 strategic plan included a demographic report with information about health, wellness, and disability status, which found 6.6% of people living in Pierce County have ambulatory difficulty. Opportunities for park users with mobility challenges to enjoy saltwater access is very limited, and this project will help meet this need. Improvements at Demole will increase opportunities for outdoor environmental education. Our programs include Harbor Wild Watch Salish Sea Scientist Camp, where campers visit different PennMet waterfront parks each day and learning to care for these unique habitats. Junior Explorers and Eco-Explorers Camp, and programs for adults and active seniors, including summer beach walks. Happy Feet and Traveling Trails is a specialized recreation inclusive program for eager walkers of all abilities and guides participants through local accessible trails and locations. The property was acquired in 2010 by PennMet Parks with RCO funding and includes viewpoints, wooded trails, picnicking, parking, portable restrooms, and 1,500 feet of shoreline water access. There's a 63-foot change in elevation from the parking lot to the water's edge. Parking is currently limited, ADA compliant restrooms aren't available, and the park is not accessible. The project scope will address deficiencies in current public access opportunities and accessibility and includes an accessible pathway to the beach shown in red, ADA compliant restroom facilities, an accessible picnic shelter, improvements to parking, a mid-site drop-off with ADA parking located at the orange circle, interpretive signage, revegetation of the disturbed areas with trees and landscaping, and other site amenities. Utility work, including septic and stormwater improvements, will also be completed. The site is very well suited for the intended recreational uses with excellent water access and expansive beach and sand spit. Access from the parking lot shown on the left will be improved, and an accessible pathway to the beach will replace the current steep asphalt roadway shown on the right. Cars often park in the roadway as shown on the right. A mid-site entrance at this location will include a drop-off area and ADA parking stalls. Improvements to the parking lot on the left will provide additional room for site visitors. The mid-lawn area on the left will include an accessible picnic shelter and ADA-compliant restrooms. The blockhouse shown in the picture has been demolished. Another ADA-compliant restroom will be located close to the beach for easy access, along with an additional picnic and viewing area. We've learned from our community with disabilities, accessible restrooms located close to activities are very important. Primitive trails shown on the right will be improved for easier walking and hiking. The site is very well suited to its current and planned uses, providing recreational saltwater access, wildlife habitat viewing, hiking, picnicking, and educational opportunities. We offer many programs at our parks, as noted earlier, and also partner with Harbor Wild Watch, who provides beach walks and learning opportunities. We also recently entered into a formal partnership agreement with the Peninsula School District, and DMLA offers exceptional opportunities for children to learn about biodiversity and protecting our natural beaches and sea life. DMLA is part of the Cascadia Marine Trail System, one of 3 PennMet waterfront parks for use with non-motorized watercraft through Washington Water Trails Association. Interpretive and educational signage will be installed to increase park users' awareness of aquatic lands, natural resources, site history, and measures to protect them, including clay babies found at DMLA Beach. Although some trees will need to be removed, the project will result in an overall increase in the number of trees, increasing the tree canopy. The new stormwater management system will reduce the runoff that currently enters Puget Sound. A buffer zone will be created around site wetlands to protect this critical resource. The project will include removal of asphalt and revegetation with native species. We will continue to monitor the park and beach areas, control invasive and noxious weeds, and work with Harbor Wild Watch and others who monitor the health of sea life at our waterfront parks. Improvements to this existing park are designed to be compatible with the physical features of the site, taking advantage of the elevation difference from the parking lot to the beach, and will not impact the beach and aquatic areas of the park. The design fits well within the site, minimizes fill material, and focuses improvements on previously disturbed areas. The total estimated cost of the project, including a cultural resource survey, permitting, and design, is $3,550,480. The cost estimate was developed by our A&E firm with oversight by a certified cost engineer and based on recent bids from PennMet Parks and other agencies and available construction cost data. The master plan for the park was approved by the Park Board last March, and the project design is well underway. Final construction documents and permitting are expected to be complete by late 25. The project will be bid in late 25, early 26, and project construction is expected to be completed by March 27th. Final completion and opening is expected spring 27. PennMet is requesting funding from RCO through the Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account and the WWRP Water Access Program for this project. If full project funding isn't secured, PennMet will complete design and plan for construction in phases. We conducted extensive outreach to listen and learn about our community's priorities for parks and recreation services. Feedback is reflected in the district's strategic plan and PROS plan. Both plans were finalized in 2023. Multiple outreach methods included presentations to the board, user focus group sessions, stakeholder interviews, a public open house, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized ADA accessible and multilingual website. Survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Among invite respondents, water access was ranked as the second most important amenity for park users. We used feedback from the 2023 strategic plan and PROS plan in developing the master plan and also formed a DMLA stakeholder group. 2 public meetings and 4 stakeholder group meetings were held to solicit input for the master plan. Meetings were very well attended. The DMLA master plan was completed in 2024. Stakeholder group members are shown on the slide and consisted of several groups that actively utilize the park, as well as adjacent landowners, past owners, and recreation user groups. Input from the stakeholder group and public meetings developed the programming needs for the park and ultimately the master plan. The project has been vetted and received support from community members and groups, local government, state legislature, accessible advocacy organizations, and others. There's strong support, including the Kitsap County Parent Coalition, Peninsula School District, Washington Water Trails, the City of Gig Harbor, Pierce County, Pierce Conservation District, Representative Michelle Caldier, and the Group Action for Peninsula People. As I mentioned earlier, PennMet Parks recently entered into a formal partnership agreement with Peninsula School District and will be working with the school district on shared educational opportunities at our parks. We are also working closely with an individual who uses a wheelchair and is a strong advocate for water park improvements to provide water access to those with disabilities and/or mobility issues. PennMet partners informally with Washington Water Trails Association and Harbor Wild Watch, who inspires stewardship through education and environmental monitoring at our beaches. Beach walks at Demolay Sandspit were held in July and August this year. PennMet Parks and Pierce Conservation District are formally partnering through an MOU to complete a separate shoreline restoration project at Demolay. PCD is the lead entity for managing and delivering the shoreline restoration project completed on PennMet-owned property. Our project ties directly to PCD's shoreline restoration project, and construction sequencing will be coordinated. Together, these projects will improve public access and protect and restore the shoreline and aquatic habitat. Stormwater low-impact design will be used throughout the project. Stormwater management will reduce runoff to Puget Sound. Tree canopy will be increased, and the project will landscape with native species and remove invasives. Trails and beach access promote physical activity, social and cultural connections by all ages and abilities, etc. PennMet Parks will continue to monitor the park and beach areas, control invasive and noxious weeds, and work with Harbor Wild Watch and others who monitor the health of sea life at our waterfront parks. Demolay Sandspit Beach and Shoreline provide a broad diversity of water-based recreational activities, including beach exploration, wading, swimming, kayaking, paddleboarding, canoeing, fishing, picnicking, wildlife viewing, and educational opportunities. With planned ADA accessibility improvements, those with mobility limitations will also be able to access and engage in many activities. Cost efficiencies include identifying cost-saving construction opportunities, such as minimizing fill needed for the improvements, acquisition of the project with RCO funding, partnering with Pierce Conservation District to complete the shoreline restoration project funded separately and providing significant cost efficiencies and benefit to our project, and many hours of volunteer labor that go into maintaining our parks, including Demolay. Thank you. We appreciate your time and review of our grant application. We're excited about this project and providing access for people of all abilities to Demolay Sandspit Park. Sorry for the speed talking.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Sue. And we are going to start our questions with Garrett. And Garrett, don't forget to unmute yourself.
Oh, good morning. Sorry, Sue, and I totally understand the speed talking because you're coming in momentum and then it comes. Two quick pieces. The bulkhead removal component of it, can you walk me quickly through that? Because there's a component of it that is part of your existing. There's another component of it that goes up as part of the previous piece. Is that bulkhead removal and shoreline restoration one big project?
It is one big project, and it will extend the length of Demolay Sandspit and the length of the properties that we are planning on acquiring later this year or early next year.
Okay, because I'm assuming that response means because that sand transport will continue to increase the length of the tail on that sand spit as you allow sand to migrate. Second piece of it, you mentioned cultural resources study and the fact that you've gotten this stuff into design. I saw you got Puyallup tribes on there. Are there any issues? Are there any concerns? Is this a named place by any of the tribes from a cultural resources standpoint?
I don't believe it is.
Okay.
There's been some preliminary consultation by PCD through their project, but I don't believe it is.
All right, thank you.
Hasn't mentioned it to us.
Okay, Rich is next.
Thanks. Great job on that presentation. I had a question about the O&M, so operations and maintenance of the infrastructure that you're putting in, particularly for the ADA accessibility. Can you speak just a little bit to your ability to maintain that over time?
Sure. So we have a operations and maintenance staff that is about 13. Well, actually, we're increasing. So we had about 13.5 FTEs, and we'll be increasing next year with more FTEs. They already maintain Demolay, and they will continue to maintain Demolay. We have an operations and maintenance plan, so we can incorporate components of that in our operations and maintenance plan. And then when we develop our CIP, we also include funding for new O&M needs.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I know those things can be hard to maintain to those standards, and sounds like you're well covered on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Gina, I think you have a question, so don't forget to unmute yourself.
Yeah, actually, Rich just asked one of my questions. The other is, if I recollect on this project, I wondered about the neighboring private landowners and their any concerns that are brought forward about these developments.
So right next door, well, I think one of the main concerns that the neighbors have is the parking that's going on right now in the right of way out in front of our park. And so we have tried many different ways, including putting flyers on the car, putting more signage up, not to park there, but it doesn't really seem to have that much of an impact for very long. So I think the new drop-off zone with a couple of ADA parking stalls and improved parking lot will help address that issue. We also have, just let you know, we have a group on Fox Island that have been longtime residents, a small group, and they really, I don't think are in favor of having a park there, a public park there. So, yeah.
Thank you. And just one other quick one. The access down to the shoreline is ADA accessible. Is there a way for people with limited mobility to actually get boats, non-motorized boats into the water as well?
Oh, we don't have that, but that is a fantastic idea. I'm going to put that on my list. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to build all that down to the shoreline, it would be,
Yes.
it seems to me like it should be accessible to
I love it. Yeah.
on the water.
Great idea. Thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions or comments? Well, Gina, and I guess Gina, I think we covered everything you had. Okay, so Sue, thank you very much for coming and presenting. We
Thank
hope
you.
to be able to share the results with you at the end of next week.
Awesome.
So
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so just for a second, I'm going to make sure I take back control of the mouse, so don't move the mouse.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. It's okay. I forget that we both. Okay, now you can do your thing.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are going to stay in Pierce County with our next project presentation from the city of Lakewood. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Marguerite. How's it going?
It's good.
Good.
We started out a little bit late, but we're catching up and I think we're just about ready for you. Evaluators are just finishing up their scoring on that last project. And so, Mary, I've now turned the controls to you. So why don't you double click and
Okay.
then use your arrows to move back, and remember that there is just a little bit of a delay. So think you're back at your beginning. I'm going to reset my clock here. And when you're ready, you may begin.
I will start my speed talking. Thanks, Marguerite. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here today. My name is Mary Dodsworth, and I'm here with the City of Lakewood to share information on the Edgewater Park Waterfront Improvement Project. So where is Lakewood? Lakewood is a city located on the west side of the mountains in the Pacific or the Puget Sound region. We're located along I-5 between Seattle and Olympia. The city of Lakewood is surrounded by the cities of Tacoma, University Place, Steilacoom, and pockets of unincorporated Pierce County, and we're adjacent to Joint Base Lewis-McChord. The red star shows you where Edgewater Park is located in the center of our region. And this slide shows you the Lakewood community. It's an area of 20 square miles and a population of 64,000 people. Edgewater Park is located in the center of our city on Lake Steilacoom. Today, I'll be sharing information with you regarding our Edgewater Park Water Access Project. This development project will create a park along the undeveloped shores of Lake Steilacoom and provide new and improved public access to the water. This project will also restore and protect the shorelines and improve safety for park users. This slide shows you the entire master plan for this area. The full master plan includes transportation and pedestrian safety improvements at the top of the plan, outlined in red. And on the right side, you'll see a new boat launch and parking area that is surrounded in green. Those areas are not part of this project grant, but the area surrounded in blue across the bottom of the plan is. And this area is what we'll focus on today for our grant project. And this is a graphic of that area. This is what you'll be seeing throughout the presentation, which will be our water access improvements at Edgewater Park. So let's get started. Question number 1, project need. With a city named Lakewood, you would think that we are a city full of freshwater lakes, water access sites, and trees. In reality, Lakewood has very little public access to freshwater lakes. Let me accentuate the word public access. The city incorporated in 1996, and at that time, the community was already 95% built out. Almost all of the lake shorelines were already privately developed. The blue highlighted areas on the map can show you the freshwater lakes in our community. The red stars you see are the areas we have public access to the lakes. There aren't very many for a city of over 64,000 people. Many of the smaller water bodies that we call lakes are actually stormwater ponds. The other lakes are almost privately owned with no public access. For example, this is Grabley Lake, surrounded in red. It's all privately owned. There's no public access. And this area is American Lake at the lower left side of your slide, the largest lake in our system. A large portion of this lake is on JBLM, which has restricted access to the public. The 2 red stars you see each identify a public access park in our community on the north and south sides of the lake. And here's Lake Steilacoom, shown in the middle of the slide. Again, I want to emphasize that there are not many stars or freshwater public access areas for a city of our size. However, there is a huge and ever-increasing demand on each of these sites by our community. That's why developing this site on Lake Steilacoom for public use and water access is so very, very important to our community. The picture on the right is a picture of Edgewater Park. Lake Steilacoom is a 306-acre freshwater lake fed by 3 creeks. This slide shows you that the entire lake is privately developed except for where you see this red star, which is the location of our 2.8-acre park site, which has 860 linear feet of shoreline. This site is relatively undeveloped except for a primitive public boat launch. So how do we know that there's public need? Water access is a high priority in all of our planning documents, such as our comp and shoreline master plans, and our PROS plan, and our approved CIP plans. This need is also identified in regional planning documents like the Tacoma-Pierce County Health Disparity Report and the Puget Sound and Chambers Clover Creek Watershed Action Agenda. Please note that the Chambers Clover Creek Watershed is one of the most intensely populated basins in Western Washington. And our project aligns with the state's SCORP goals as well. This project also acknowledges the impact of climate change, the importance of protecting and providing water access for future generations, the need to create safe and meaningful access to open space areas while making sure that any new development does not result in a net loss of shoreline or further degrade our shoreline values. The number 1 issue in all of our plans is a need to address and ensure equity and access for all. In fact, our city council just approved a plan last night, and the number 1 project was Edgewater Park. There are 4 total citywide goals. Lakewood's one of the few cities in the state whose population is represented by a majority of BIPOC people, over 54%. We're proud of that. And many of these folks are underrepresented, they live below the poverty line, and they are dealing with health disparity issues. They are in need of free and accessible places to play. By creating this new open space, we will make strides in creating water access for all. So what does the site look like now? Edgewater, as I said, is a 2.8-acre linear park adjacent to the lake and across from a public road lined with houses. There are mature trees and lots of invasive plants along the shoreline. Here are some views of the existing conditions. Note the guardrail creates an access barrier into the park from the road. Access to the lake is quite limited, so people fish from the primitive boat launch or along the shoreline. We have no designated parking along the narrow roadway fronting the park. People will create their own parking during peak use hours, creating unsafe conditions for people walking or driving on the road or for emergency access vehicles. The current boat launch is actually located at a three-way intersection, which creates congestion and safety issues when people are trying to back into the lake. We plan to remove this boat launch at this location. Question number 2, project scope. So how are we going to fix all these deficiencies I've outlined in the needs section? We're going to protect water access needs for future generations. We're going to create safe access to open space areas while protecting the sensitive environment. We're going to provide an open space so everyone can easily walk to this site. And we want to build social equity so everyone feels welcome at Edgewater Park. 3 recreational activities and water access areas have been located to provide separation of use and create for a safer environment for park users. Our first area that we're featuring is for fishing. We're building an ADA accessible fishing pier along with a dedicated fishing beach, which will provide access to year-round fishing, and it's the only public place to fish on this lake. Lake Steilacoom is stocked annually with rainbow trout. The next accessible area is a swimming and gathering area. This area includes an ADA accessible plaza, identified swim area, and natural shoreline elements like logs and rocks for seating and informal play. And we will create an easy way to launch your hand-carried items like kayaks and paddleboards. Our traffic studies noted that 1/3 of all the users of the current boat launch were using hand-carried items. Designated parking and pathways will make it easier to get on the water. And then in between the main water access features that I've just shared, we'll have a paved path system shown in orange, which will create connectivity and ADA access to the site and to the various features. Some of you asked earlier how we might be able to fit all these new improvements in this narrow site with such significant constraints. We're maximizing the water access and development by converting the 2-way road in front of the park into 1-way traffic. New on-street parking for the park visitors and new site amenities like benches along the trails, bench swings overlooking the lake, and a small picnic shelter will make this park experience even better. And finally, shoreline restoration will occur so that we can learn about and enjoy the native plants, the birds and wildlife, and the amazing views. Question number 4, site suitability. This site is highly suitable for a neighborhood park and a community park. It's located near lots of people, and the improvements will make it easy for folks to access and use. The flat upland areas are perfect for walking from here to there, community gatherings, family picnics, and opportunities to view the lake and the wildlife. The waterfront area is perfect for restoration, water access, and water-related activities. During the development of the master plan, we completed environmental site analysis reports and surveys, including a wetland delineation shown on the top graphic. A lot of the shoreline area along this site is considered wetlands. They're shown in those pink. The bottom master plan graphic illustrates how we have creatively preserved and protected these sensitive areas, which are now light green, while developing new water access areas throughout the site. Question number 5, project design. We considered many community needs when creating the master plan for this site. We went through many design alternatives before creating that final plan. We created an ADA accessible central gathering area and a swim area. This is where the current primitive boat launch is located. The boat launch will be removed to reduce traffic, increase safety, and create more parkland and water use. Our project design is ADA accessible. It provides accessible pathways throughout the entire site, and we worked around the mature trees so we didn't reduce any of our current tree canopy to support climate change. The pathways were put near the road to provide pedestrian connectivity throughout the site while creating as much lawn, meadow, and open space as possible for people to use. We considered every last detail in our project design, from where to put the Santa can to where we would relocate cluster mailbox for nearby residents. Question number 6, project design budget. So how much is this going to cost and when will we be done? We will design and permit all phases of this project concurrently and anticipate this taking 2 years, leaving construction to be completed in 2028. Our consultants provided a detailed cost estimate for this project totaling $4.7 million and have included cost escalation to support this timeline. Question number 7, project engagement. We don't do anything in Lakewood without getting everyone involved. The project planning started in 2019 when we were developing our pros plan update. The city spent over a year engaging community members through open houses, neighborhood focus groups, stakeholder meetings, surveys, and pop-up events at our international district, as well as at our festivals and markets. The city engagement efforts resulted in over 1,300 unique comments from 937 community members. We heard loud and clear from the public regarding the need for water access citywide. After COVID, people had a new awareness and recognized the importance of our parks and how they supported their physical and mental health. Question number 8, engagement with the community. In 2023, our park board hosted several series of community meetings and on-site visits to hear current and issues and concerns relating to Edgewater Park. We promoted the meetings and used social media and Zoom to attract and include people from throughout the community, not just those who lived in this waterfront area. We heard from everyone. We had neighbors, boaters, low-income families with children, and senior citizens. We addressed issues and concerns that came up from all of these conversations with lots of options and plan alternatives. This is how the community significantly influenced our design. Which leads to question 9, project engagement partnerships. While we were doing all of this public outreach and engagement, it helped us find a bunch of new partners. Letters of support were included in our application, and these folks want to help us maintain and sustain this park. They will monitor water quality. They are already cleaning up the site. They want to adopt the park, do future work parties, and create new neighborhood watches. Question 10, sustainability. I've shared a lot regarding the work that we do to balance the site improvements with the potential impacts to the site. Our wetland restoration will remove invasive plants and add native plants to restore and increase ecological function. The project supports city climate change and urban forestry initiatives. We will create social connections and awareness of the impact that people have on the site by hosting local work parties and activities, which will improve the physical and mental health of our community. Question 11, diversity of recreation. You can see on this slide the variety of active and passive uses that this space will provide. Swimming, fishing, kayaking, picnic, nature viewing, photography, boating, and exploring. ADA access ensures that everyone will be able to use this space for their particular interest. And question 12, cost efficiencies. There are many. We're saving project costs because we've already completed the preliminary site analysis. We've done surveys, tree and transportation studies, and other planning work needed to move this project forward. We will permit all improvements concurrently to save time, which will reduce cost escalation. We already have other grants and partnerships with the Department of Ecology Conservation Youth Corps, Washington Trails Association, Forever Green Trails, and others who support ongoing trail work and site maintenance at this site. We're working with the Pierce Conservation District as well on native plant donations and restoration work efforts. We hope you're as excited about this project as we are, and we hope you will help us make this reality. Any questions?
Thank you, Mary. Questions and comments from the team, and it looks like we're going to start with Garrett.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. Question for you on the partnerships and site management.
Mhm.
Do you anticipate this, Mary, as being something that's part of your regular operations and maintenance routing, supplemented by the volunteer support for natives? How does Lakewood see that working?
Absolutely. So the city of Lakewood has a robust parks and maintenance operation team. We manage about 600 acres. So this is a very undeveloped space. So we'll have a new operation and maintenance plan. It will be part of our regular rounds throughout the year. It's daily rounds in the summer season, and then maybe 3 or 4 days off season, depending on the use. But yeah, absolutely, it's part of that. And then we work really closely with all these different groups already at several of our park sites. So we have these relationships, and because of the nature of the improvements, this group really loves conservation. This group wants to do more active activities, is that we've got folks that want to come down and do all kinds of things. Our fire department does their dive team. They do shoreline cleanups, and they come down and do water safety. And so we see all of that happening here as well.
Awesome, thank you.
You bet.
And Rich, I think you are up next.
Yes, thanks. I had a question. It looked like the community involvement and the stakeholder outreach suggested a great desire in improving or maintaining that boat launch, but the boat launch is being removed to allow for this. I feel like I'm missing something. So what's
Sure.
happening at the boat launch?
Marguerite, are you in charge of the presentation again? Could you just go to towards the very beginning where we have the master plan?
Okay.
Good. So yes, this boat launch is the only public boat launch on the lake. So it's really important, right? So,
Right.
But it's just this real safety issue right in the middle of the park. And so our master plan, if you scoot closer a little bit, There you go. As you can see on the right, the area in green, we are moving the boat launch to that end into the cove so that it's removed from the fishing and the swimming and the hand launch, but we will actually provide a launch that is easy to use as well as parking for vehicles and trailers, which there is no parking now in the area. And we can do this whole project without doing the boat launch, but we're looking for grant funding, or we're applying for grant funding, and the city's also allocated resources towards putting the boat launch there.
Okay, so there is some risk that you implement this project and this future boat launch may not actually happen, or is that a near certainty?
I mean, we are looking for, I think there's a boat launch grant. It's a $500,000 allocation, but the majority of it will be done with city resources. And they need to be done concurrently because we really can't take this boat launch away unless we're building a boat launch here. So we own the property, so it'll all be happening at the same time. As a note, the red block is really more transportation, pedestrian, and that'll be through Public Works and Planning. That's a pedestrian improvements that'll happen there.
Thanks, Mary.
And Eric, I think you are up next.
Thank you. I've been following along as best as possible. I know there's a lot of information going and we only have so much time. So I apologize if I overlooked this aspect. In regards to sustainability, is there any reuse aspects of the project proposal? And my second question is any educational aspects? Thank you.
Sure, there'll definitely, from an educational perspective, we'll have signage and information down there on the flora and fauna and wildlife that's there along the shoreline, especially in some of our sensitive areas, because we'll put some little barriers up that are kind of like let me grow so that we keep people out of them. Kind of like wood, and not anything like a chain link, but just some nice sensitive barriers to keep people out. There'll be information there. And your first question was something about, I cut out a little bit. I missed the first question.
Yeah, related to sustainability as one of the criteria. Any reuse or reuse aspects of the proposal?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of invasives, so we are not reusing that. We're getting rid of those, and then we'll be bringing in a lot of new native plants. But there are logs and rocks and things like that we'll be using to shore up the shoreline and create kind of areas to sit. And are there any other reuse things?
Other reuse.
This is Stacy. She's the wetland lady.
The other reuse is related to the roadway alignment. We were careful to keep the roadway alignment in the same footprint so that we're not impacting the adjacent trees in the right of way, so that we wanted to preserve those significant trees.
Thank you.
And then Gina.
Just curious if you have a percentage of, how do I ask this? So what is the kind of the total or the capacity of the new parking and accessible, I guess the parking for this portion? And actually my real question is, and how much won't be accommodated based on the use that is typical there?
There is no parking there now. I mean, the shoulder's very narrow, so anything we do will be in addition to and provide. So what we have along the frontage, I beg your pardon?
Nine spots.
Oh, we have 9 new parking spots just for people coming to visit the park, and they're all kind of separated along the way, so you can kind of park in front of the area you want to use, but easily get from here to there. That pathway that's orange is all ADA accessible. And then the boat launch itself will provide boat launch parking for vehicles and trailers, which right now there is none. So it looks like and there will be an ADA accessible parking in the boat launch trailer, and we have ADA accessible parking along the shoreline as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Thanks.
We have
Thanks,
run
everybody.
out of time on this one. So thank you. And Mary, we hope to be able to share the results with you by the end of next week.
Wow, thank you very much. You guys are quick workers. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. And before we take our lunch break, are there questions or things that you need help with from me? Well, I'm glad you were able to join us. I'm not sure you were here when we were doing our intros earlier, Eric. Well, thank you very much. It looks like our next project is scheduled to begin at 1:05. So enjoy your long lunch break.
Thank you.
Thanks.
James, do you want me to turn your camera off or do you want me to leave it on? Okay, you got it turned off. Good job. I've muted him now. Hi, Elaine.
Hey, Marguerite, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. What about you?
Oh, great. Thank you. Been a while since I've seen you.
I know it has been a little while. Well, it's good to have you back.
Thank you. Good to be here.
I am giving our team of evaluators some second to get into the room.
Okay. Marguerite, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. What about you? Muting my other computer. Takes me a little bit more options here. Okay, there's my camera. It's good to see you.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you too.
Team members, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good break. And we are about ready to start. Elaine is here. And Elaine, I'm going to give the remote controls over to you. And so I'm going to ask if you will, now will you double click? Okay, now see, can you use your arrow keys to go back?
Yes.
Go the other way. One more, perfect.
Okay.
And I have my trusty timer here. So I am going to, it's all reset, so you may begin.
Okay. The Tramp Harbor Dock is a beloved Vashon landmark built in 1939 by Standard Oil to bring petroleum products to Vashon Island. It is now a public fishing pier. Vashon Island is located in the Puget Sound region in Washington state. It is in King County, southwest of Seattle. The dock is on the east side of the island at about midpoint. Vashon Island is the primary service area, but the dock is also heavily used by off-islanders. An aerial view of the dock shows parking in a picnic area just to the north, although 300 feet of road parking lies to the south. The project goals are to replace the current fishing pier due to a renewed lease with DNR that requires us to stop creosote leaching from the pilings, provide light to the tidelands below, and shorten the dock due to tribal rights to the Point Kayer geoduck tract. Replacing the pier also addresses structural integrity concerns. We wish to replace beach access stairs to improve public access to aquatic recreation, improve parking that includes ADA, and be true to our sustainability goal. Replacing the dock restores fishing and other recreational uses. Replacing the stairs restores shellfishing and beach access recreation. Tramp Harbor Dock is the only fishing pier on Vashon Island. It is currently closed. A condition assessment was conducted in 2015, which found that 11 of the 98 piles had deteriorated and posed safety concerns. Because the DNR lease requires us to remove the present dock, it didn't make sense to spend the funds to repair the piles, so the dock was closed to public access. The bulkhead is unsightly. The parking conditions are informal, there's no ADA, and it is unsightly. There is 30 feet of road parking to the south. The beach access stairs are deteriorated. Other relevant inventory in the service area includes the Dockton Marina, which is a newly renovated King County Parks pier, but it is a boat marina, and the Quartermaster Yacht Club, which is a newly renovated pier, but it is a private fee-based club. Other outdoor recreation opportunities in the service area includes 2 ball field complexes, a kayak operation, a skate park, a playground, a horse park, a swimming pool, and 10 parks with hiking trails, all in good condition other than the Tramp Harbor Dock. There are 8 other beach access parks where fishing is allowed on shore, but there is a gap in access and opportunity for an overwater marine environment experience. Several community surveys indicated that 74% use the dock and 43% use it regularly. 38% use it year-round. From a 2015 survey, 40% use the dock for wildlife watching, 22% use it for fishing, but there is a myriad of other uses. Given its use, it stands to reason that factors contributing to fluctuations in use include weather, fishing seasons, and wildlife availability. A 2023 community survey helped identify the project need with a 43% priority rate. A 2017 survey yielded 64% rating the dock replacement as average to high priority. All three surveys drove the high prioritization of the dock replacement project in the district's capital improvement plan within its current comprehensive plan. In terms of project scope, existing natural features is 308 feet of public shoreline. Existing built features includes the current pier made of creosote piles and timber planks, a picnic area, a small parking area north, plus the 300 feet of road parking south, a bulkhead and stairs to the beach constructed of creosote timber and rusted metal. Proposed elements to be built is a new pier made of steel grated or protruded fiberglass grated decking and concrete piles, 5 delineated parking spots, including 1 ADA, a new bulkhead, new aluminum stairs to the beach, and a bicycle rack for a cycling stopover. The purpose improves public access to water recreation, meets the requirements of the new DNR lease, improves structural integrity, improves parking, and it's true to our sustainability goal. Recreation opportunities this project will provide comes from that 2015 survey, with wildlife watching and fishing being the top uses, but survey respondents identified a number of other recreation opportunities. The site is well suited for its intended recreational uses. It is the only deep water public pier on the island. Fishing pole holders, benches, and a bike rack will be added. Beach access will be available via new aluminum stairs for shellfishing, picnicking, and swimming. Improved parking enhances the recreational experience with a new ADA van spot. It's on a public bus line. The location is mid-island, so it's easily accessible by all, including cyclists, but populations are really not near enough to walk to it, nor is the road suitable for walking. Environmental values include it mitigates toxic leaching to the marine habitat. Steel or fiberglass decking allows the light penetration below. The shortened dock protects the geoduck tract. A sediment investigation report concluded that sediments are suitable for disturbance without concerns, and the contractor will be required to prevent debris from entering the water. Other values protected are that new signage will educate about the marine environment, and the new signage will speak to the history uses of the site's native heritage and historic uses. The design aligns with need by restoring pier and beach access with sustainable building materials, location by replacing a deep water pier, and project scope by improving the water access structures. The design addresses constraints by meeting the requirements of the DNR lease. The design provides access for users of all abilities by improving parking with an ADA spot and providing full ADA accessibility to the new pier. This is an overlay of the new pier over the present pier. The structure plan, the parking plan, the bulkhead grading and drainage plan, and the stair plan. The project budget was prepared by KPFF Engineering to be approximately $3.2 million. The budget aligns with the funding sources of $1.6 million from this grant, $500,000 from an ALEA grant, $620,000 from a King County grant, $300,000 from fundraising, and $200,000 from the Vashon Park District. The design is at 90% completion and fully complete by the end of this summer. The fiberglass or steel braided decking will be determined at that point. 12 permits are managed by Anchor QEA to be completed in November of 2025. And the construction timeline is regulatory, which is August 2026 through February 2027. This is the list of the permits and the expected receipt dates. In terms of project engagement, it started with a 2015 survey and 2 public meetings to gauge use, a 2017 community survey for strategic planning, a 2021 community meeting to discuss the dock options, and a 2021 Puyallup Tribe Council meeting to discuss the dock length relative to the geoduck tract. Also, there was a 2022 newspaper op-ed and public meeting to share the replacement alternatives, a 2023 community meeting to discuss the 30% engineers design, and a 2023 community survey for comprehensive planning. Methods used were email, posters, postcards, and the local press. Populations engaged for Vashon residents, marinas, yacht clubs, and the state buoy list. The relevance of all that was that 64% rate the dock replacement as a priority, a citizen advisory group was formed, and the dock design was determined. Relevant demographics are that 24.8% of the population is 65 plus, 10% are disabled and require special needs. So this drove the need for improved accessibility. How the community input influenced the project design. They want the dock as long and wide as possible with bench seating, improved parking, beach access, and built from sustainable building materials. How the Puyallup tribe influenced the design. The footprint is not to exceed the -18 mean lower low water point to protect the geoduck tract, and it respects tribal treaty rights. In terms of partnerships, the Vashon Parks Foundation is fundraising the $300,000 for the project with assistance from the Vashon Bird Alliance, the Vashon Sportsman's Club, the Vashon Nature Center, and the Vashon Heritage Museum. The Vashon Park District has a sustainability goal in our current comprehensive plan, and we have a sustainability policy. So selecting sustainable building materials was a natural choice. In terms of ecological factors, this project protects, improves, and preserves the tidelands against toxic creosote and the need for sunlight penetration to the tidelands. Other factors are that piers act as artificial reefs, harboring shallow water fish. Pilings are covered with sea creatures that represent food for fish. The current lack of natural light can interfere with aquatic animals' routines, and it affects plant photosynthesis. So the graded decking corrects this. Also, by design, the replacement structures will make them structurally sound to avoid impacts of extreme tides, storms, and long-term impacts from climate change. Social factors are that it's accessible by public transportation and cyclists, not easily accessible by walking, however. Improved ADA features promote socializing. The new signage provides marine habitat education and history of the site. Squidding and fishing attracts use from off-island, and the sustainable building materials improves public health and more livable communities. Economic factors are that the removed timber planks will be sent to salvage. Financial contributions do not increase taxes. The life of the pier is extended. Its lower maintenance needs. The new pier will not be lighted, so no electricity use, and it promotes tourism as an overwater and beach experience, hence benefiting local businesses. The diversity of recreational uses are many, as is for the beach. Cost efficiencies include the $300,000 donation from the Parks Foundation. Donations are not in hand, but efforts are underway. Donations are desired, but not necessary for implementation of the project. Any shortfall would come from the district's capital budget. Donations are included in the project proposal. There are no private grants, but we will apply for a King County Parks Capital Grant in March 2025, awarded in May of 2025. The district has committed $200,000 in its capital budget, and the engineers are working to eliminate 2 support vents for a savings of $110,000. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from the team member? And it looks like we're going to start with Kim.
Hi, I just want to ask, so with the ADA accessibility, that's for the parking, but the access to the beach is still by stairs. They could get out to the dock, but they can't get down to the beach.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. Yeah, the terrain is just such that it's just not possible.
Okay. And it sounds like with the stairs, they could do hand carry launch down there, but probably not anything that would be required.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. There are boat launches, of course, on the island, and there's a beach down the way that it's pretty easy to probably launch a boat. But yeah, for this particular site, definitely hand carrying a kayak would be possible down the stairs.
Okay, thank you.
And let's go with Gaida.
Could you talk a little bit about maintenance of these facilities, how those would happen and who would do it, please?
So we have a maintenance staff and we have a maintenance management plan that would all be incorporated within. You know, the maintenance should be relatively low, given the concrete piles and the steel grated or the protruded fiberglass grating. It really will be low maintenance.
There will still be use in trash pickup and et cetera, et cetera. And
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we do that now. There is a trash can on the site.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Noelle, go right ahead.
Hi, I had a question. I was just hoping you might be able to explain a little bit more about the bulkhead replacement, if you had considered like soft shoreline armoring instead of just a complete replacement.
Yeah, we did. And I talked to the engineers about that. So it just does not, the topography of the beach just does not lend itself well to anything other than we'd have to bring in large boulders. There really isn't, it just really isn't set up for soft armoring. Also, it's really necessary for the support of the road that's right there. We had some road washout at one time in 2019, and King County Roads had to come in and shore that up, actually right in that area where the bulkhead is, which is why, as I said in the slide, it is unsightly. So yeah, we did consider soft armoring, but it's just really not possible.
Thank you for that extra insight.
Sure.
And Rich is next.
Thanks. I'm curious how you'll manage it. Will it be open? I assume if squidding is kind of one of the recreational activities, that it would be open all day, all night.
Yeah.
Okay.
24 hours, really. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is I gather this is a fairly remote location. Are there any concerns about overnight activity there with no lighting? And I don't really know what your recreational users look like out there, but just kind of wondering if there might be potential for nefarious activities and things like that drawn to this site.
Yeah, really the only thing that happens is the area gets tagged. You probably saw that in the conditions presently. Yeah, we don't have problems. When the dock was open, some of the squitters would be there with the lights, you know, till well after 9, but it honestly wasn't a problem. We don't have problems with nefarious activity there, generally speaking, other than the tagging, which our maintenance has to go in and clean up.
Okay, thank you.
Anjali, I think you are next.
Yeah, I was curious. I heard you say that this is leased land, leased from DNR, and how long is the lease for?
Currently is a 12-year lease, but we are working to extend that to 30 years. They are going through that process right now, and they're very amenable to making that happen.
All right, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much, Elaine.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
It appears that we should have our scores done and available to be able to share with you towards the end of next week.
Okay, great. Looking forward to it. Thank
Thanks
you all
much.
so much. Okay, bye-bye.
Team members, we are in the unfortunate position of having had an emergency with our next applicant. And so we are going to take an unexpected break. So why don't you give us about 10 minutes and then we'll see if our next sponsor shows up a little early and we will get going as quickly as we can. So I'll start making noises to let you know we're ready so you can come back. But why don't you take maybe a 10-minute break and then we'll see if we're ready to go. Thank you. Hi, Amber. I am glad you were able to join us a little earlier.
Hi, Marguerite.
Hi, thank you for joining us a little earlier. We had an emergency, and so the presenter that came right before you is not here. So the team is taking just a quick break. And so why don't we plan on trying to start up at about 1:30? Is that okay?
So actually I am working on this presentation with Corey Roche from the City of Lake Forest Park. And so I don't know if she would be able to start early. I think she's still planning on the 1:45. So
Okay.
I can't
So
commit her
it's-
to an early start, but I can reach out to her. I just honestly figured that I would catch the last part of the presentation before us. So
and I think she may be joining now.
oh, okay, great.
So you can mute yourself and then you can check in with her and just ask if she can start here in maybe about 5 minutes.
Okay, I will do that. Thanks so much, Marguerite.
All right, thank you. Hi, Amber and Corey. Thank you for joining us just a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, not a problem. I think it worked out.
Since you turned your cameras on, I thought I'll turn my camera on and start talking and see if the advisory committee members are back at their computers. And I'm going to get things ready to go so you can start here in just a moment. I'm going to switch over here. Let's go back to our agenda. So advisory committee members, I have something very important for you to do. Please make sure you forward your project scoring to the Lake Forest Park project. So we're going to skip Tukwila and you're going to Lake Forest Park. And I just thought I would make sure I announced it because last week somebody scored on the wrong project. And I want to make sure everybody is on the right project. So we have 2 members from Lake Forest Park, and they are willing to help fill in some of our gap. And they are going to present their project. Who am I giving the mouse to? Amber, is that to you or is it to you?
That's to Corey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Corey, I am going to find you here. And then I'm going to ask you to just double click. Good. And use your, you might want to use your arrow keys to go back. And just remember, there's always just a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
With the slides. And since it looks like all of our team members are back, I am going to reset the clock and start your 12 minutes. When you are ready to go, you may begin.
Okay. Hello, my name is Corey. Thank you for this opportunity to share the Lake Forest Park lakefront project for water access. And joining me here is Amber, our consultant project manager with Facet. The goal of this project is to develop 3 parcels to provide water access and increase park space along Lake Washington. Lake Forest Park is roughly 3.7 square miles with just over 13,500 residents. This is predominantly a bedroom community located in King County, perched at the north end of Lake Washington. Purchasing any waterfront land on the lake is a rare opportunity for any public entity. Lake Forest Park worked in partnership with Forterra to purchase this property for public use. The property was originally acquired with the help of RCO funds in 2020, along with King County Conservation Funds, Department of Commerce, and King County Park Levy funds with the help of Ron Dabowski and his vision of the string of pearls and pocket parks along Lake Washington. The lakefront park property is located near the city's town center and city hall. This will provide pedestrian park access located approximately 350 feet off the highly used Burke-Gilman Trail and along 2 highly used state routes with public transit. This is a view of the approved concept design that will include waterfront access, community gathering spaces, low impact recreation, and renovate the existing Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve. The 2 red boxes are not included in the RCO project scope, but the small cabin will provide the city office space and the large house will be renovated into a community gathering center. This site is in a developed suburban urban residential area. This is next door to an existing public park, the Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve, that currently does not serve water access, but is open from dawn to dusk to enjoy the lake views and nature. The numbers on this slide will correlate to the next slide's images. Number 1 is the current gated public preserve. 2 shows the large lawn of the former residential property the city will use as a preserve, or the city will preserve. 3, the existing dock at Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve, and 4 is the residential property dock. Both docks will be removed to create one inclusive all-activity dock for swimming and kayak use. Around 85% of residents of Lake Forest Park do not have legal access to a shoreline within city limits. The city also lacks park space that is walkable to residents and is lacking playgrounds, as there are only 2 parks that currently include playgrounds in Lake Forest Park. The survey results on this slide are from the 2017 post-plan engagement. The city has conducted more engagement since then, including the first phase of planning for this project. In that engagement, there has been consistent support for expanding water access in the city. In the phase 1 engagement, we heard from over 500 people and more in the second survey supporting expansion of water access. When you consider that LFP has about 5,000 homes, the amount of community support is really significant. As identified in the city's PROS plan, the city lacks public water access, park space, and walkable park space to residents, and has low ratio park acres to population. Thus, the primary goal of this project scope is to fill those needs and develop this unique opportunity to provide water access and increase park space and renovate the existing preserve to a more natural forested buffer to enhance the salmon-bearing stream and shoreline buffer of this property. The site is optimal for this project because it is located on the lakefront and adjacent to an existing preserve. It is also next to an existing private club with water access, the Civic Club, as you can see on the left. It is within and the property is within a walk shed, bike shed to many neighborhoods, the town center, and along with being on regional transit lines. The park is located on a multi-modal corridor that includes the Burke-Gilman Trail, existing King County Metro services, Sound Transit plans, bus rapid transit line, bike and limited parking are proposed at the park. In addition to some on-site parking, off-site parking for the park will be provided at City Hall. This approach is consistent with the condition of the Line Creek Waterfront Preserve. The proposed design includes aquatic enhancements for both Lake Washington and Line Creek. Some actions will include removing both the existing dock structure to consolidate dock use into one multi-purpose dock built with graded decking and materials safe for aquatic environments. The new dock will be located farther away from the creek mouth and off the preserved park property, but also outside the wetland that occurs on the shoreline. The development design provides full public access program in a way that minimizes new impacts and reduces impacts into the creek buffer and preserve. The design allows the city to better meet the hearing examiner's conditions of the preserved property, including better protection of the shoreline and creek, which is achieved by controlling public access to those areas while providing opportunities for water access on the new property. As we go through the slides, the numbers will correlate to the site map. As you see here, number 1 is the vehicle entrance view. 2 will be the pedestrian entrance of the park and walking into the park. And 3 will be the area for the staging of loading and unloading. And then you'll be able to walk up to City Hall, park at City Hall and walk down. And you can start seeing the community center, office space, and bathhouse buildings in 4. As you walk into the park, you'll see the bathhouse on the left, walking path into the renovated preserve with viewing platforms and entrance to the grand gathering deck. An example of the viewing platform throughout the preserve will look like. And this view is coming up from the community center, looking onto the grand deck into the park, creating additional public gathering spaces where you'll be able to watch over the playground area, and the playground will be nature play themed. The gathering deck is designed to host activities that are popular around the city already, like yoga, Tai Chi, or pop-up art exhibits our community partners will be able to use and host public events at. A picnic shelter with tables and seating area will be included. An outdoor rinsing shower will be connected to the shelter, just short distance from the dock and beach. And currently, there's only one other picnic shelter in the city, so this will create additional outdoor gathering space for all seasons for people to enjoy. And here's a view of the proposed dock that will include a kayak launch and space to gather, sit, and enjoy the views while people enjoy swimming and wading to the left. And here's a snapshot that shows the development goals of the project and some of the recreational opportunities that will be provided. The project timeline and total budget are shown here. We anticipate a mix of state, RCO, federal, county, and city funding. The timeline considers availability of funding, permitting, including state and federal permits and construction work window for in-water work on Lake Washington. The projected park opening is in March 2027. We are working with King County Park Levy funding through Dombrowski's office to apply for $2.5 million funding for the project. We'll be able to access in 2025, and our federal appropriation of 2.5 is awaiting for the November-December approval. There has been 2 successful and heavily attended workshops with over 200 attendees and digital content online after for in-person and online options. There has been direct engagement to the neighbors and tribes, City Council, and our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and the website has tracked over 3,500 visitors. Close to 10,000 postcards have been sent out through 2 mailings. Continued engagement through our e-news and newsletters, social media outlets, and tabling at community events are continued through these next few phases, and we've had over 680 survey responses. This is significant engagement for a community our size, and demographics collected all align with the community census profile. The design is a result of a co-creation effort, engagement, and design, and was designated to first capture community's vision and program, and to apply the program to the landscape. Design options were then provided to the community for input and final design as a synthesis of community selection. Further community input will be gathered and incorporated in the next phase of design. We have been communicating with the tribes throughout the process who show support and receive feedback. We have been incorporated into the design of the preserve. There's a high level of support and engagement in the community. The schematic design was approved unanimously by council. We have received over 30 support letters from our community partners or neighboring cities. Local art groups are excited to help integrate ideas throughout the park. Senior Center is excited to partner with recreation programs, along with scout groups, garden clubs, our Third Place Commons, Center for Human Services, and many more. The park's design and location encourages walking, biking, as it is in walking distance to neighborhoods, transit stops, and the town center. This is a pedestrian-focused development. Parking at the park is proposed to be operational limited, such as time limited or restricted to unload and load. Controlled parking with the park's location off the Bart Gimlin Trail and on the future bus rapid transit line encourage local visitors to arrive by walking, biking, and transit. Regarding environmental impacts, we are to retain as many trees as we can, and enhancement is a driving principle behind the design. Sustainability strategies employed in the design, including water and energy conservation and material salvage and reuse. The project will provide an array of water-based recreational activities like swimming, paddling, gathering near the water, wildlife watching, play, education, picnicking, relaxing outdoors, stopover on a bike or paddling trail. Pathways and docks will be ADA accessible, and wildlife on the preserve will enhance. There will also be an array of upland recreation activities like walking, playground play. The park will have amenities such as bike parking, kayak racks, and free air station and for inflating watercraft. Water station and restroom will be free for public use. Cost efficiencies start with the site design. In this image, you'll see the current site development. The new program of activities uses previously developed areas to minimize the cost for site preparation. The approach is to the site design also reduces mitigation, which is expensive. Several proactive restoration measures, such as consolidating the dock and locating the new dock outside of the wetland, reduces permitting, construction, and mitigation costs. Another cost efficiency is material use. The design proposes the reuse of several elements, including the pedestrian bridge and creek viewing platform. Existing trees and shrubs are also to be reused. Several will be transplanted to new locations within the park as part of the project. The design will also use material salvage in the demolition work. For example, bricks from the chimney will be used in the construction. Architectural items salvaged from demo, including old growth wood, wood flooring, and fixtures will all be used in the new construction. Another cost efficiency is donation. Donations, sponsorships of design that include trees, benches, pavers, and similar items. Values for these items are estimated by the design team's cost estimation consultant, but donations are not secured. There's been a lot of interest and opportunities for sponsorships that we will be integrating into the design.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh, and that is all. And yeah, please visit our Lakefront Park project website.
And we are going to start our questions. And I'm going to just, if you let go of the mouse, Corey, that would be great. And we're going to start our questions with Eric.
Good afternoon. Thanks for that presentation. I had the pleasure of being on the advisory board when you came forward on the previous proposal for this project itself. I have a series of small questions, so I'm going to split them up into two, so as not to kind of take too much of everyone's time, but perhaps ask my second set of questions when everybody else is done. I'm curious what you learned from your previous proposal and how it's reflected in this new proposal. And an adjacent question related to that is your public engagement, your project engagement to the community. How much of that is from the previous effort versus more currently? And I'll save my other questions if we have time after others have had their chance.
Thank you, Eric. Can you answer those, Corey?
Yeah, well, the first application 2020 was purely acquisition funds. We had a concept plan, and so this public engagement, this is all new public engagement for this for this presentation. All the public engagement has been going on within the last year. I think it was June of 2023 we signed Faucet on. Back then it was DCG Watershed. And this last year we have come this far to where we are now.
Thank you. Ghana, you're next.
I don't know that I heard much. Maybe you can go back to the slide on your partnerships on this project. And then also just quickly, what's your maintenance and operations plan for keeping up all these facilities? There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, we're currently working on the maintenance and operation. We know we'll have to boost up our maintenance staff to be able to take care of this. City Council is aware, and our project our partnerships, we don't have a space in the city of Lake Forest Park to host any classes, art classes, dance classes, senior activities. So this will be the first space to provide that.
Okay. To add to the operations and maintenance question, so in the evaluation of the design, we did create basically an operations and maintenance forecast, assuming the amount of maintenance, and then discussed with the current O&M staff of Lake Forest Park how fast they do things like empty trash cans, mow lawns, etc., and then gave a projection to the city as part of this project of what would be the estimated additional FTE that they would need for their park services department. So they do have that information, and that information was definitely part of the decision making on this project.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I think Garrett, your questions are next.
Thank you. Thank you both. So the following up on that last answer, and thank you, that information for O&M has been forwarded. Is that part of your budgeting currently?
It will be.
It will be? Okay.
Yeah.
The other piece, Corey, is you mentioned the hearing examiner relative to the creek. Are there overarching components of which both hemispheres of this project, the existing preserve and this new proposed development, it seems like they go hand in hand to meet some of the requirements of the hearing examiner? And is that, if you could lay out that dependency a little bit and what we're achieving? And I have one quick follow-up question.
Do you want me to take that, Corey?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So when the city of Lake Forest Park developed the Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve in the late 1990s, they sought out to provide some passive viewing experiences for the public. At that time, the hearing examiner put conditions on the property to prohibit any water access. So not on the shoreline, not on the creek, can you actually get into the Lake Washington. And that was specific for preservation of the creek buffer. So prior to this project, when the only public waterfront in Lake Forest Park was Lion Creek, and you could not even get in the water then, we saw what we would think of as like an outsized demand for use of what is a tiny sensitive parcel. So by the city acquiring this adjacent parcel where water access will be allowed, we're actually able to remove some of the development and remove some of the encroachment on the Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve parcel, because we know that that demand will be met by the parcel adjacent in a more environmentally sustainable way. So this project actually allows the city to make better good on the hearing examiner's restrictions to limit access and preserve the creek buffer on the Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve parcel.
Amber, that's awesome too. And that's exactly what I wanted to hear, because especially the fact that there was no public water access, right? And so thanks. And last but not least, you got some images that show accessible kayak, roll on. Is that intended for inclusion, or are those just examples?
That is budgeted and is part of the dock design. That the terminus of the dock will provide an accessible kayak launch.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Then Eric, I think you might have had another question. I want to see if your questions have been addressed.
Thank you. I have three small ones, if it's okay. First, we talked about the Lion Creek stream enhancement, right? For that corridor. It leads me to be curious as to the relationship and potential partnership with the Civic Club next door. What sort of coordination and mutual focus of this project are they providing, or is there any symbiosis between the two?
Yeah, we have been communicating with them throughout this portion of the project throughout the way, and both have been excited to use our project, and we plan on being great partners with them moving forward.
Great.
Okay. And very quickly, Eric.
Last question. With that location along the lake and other similar locations on the lake, there's been some pretty bad water testing results for bacteria and such. Has the project been monitoring any water quality issues? I know that your proposal, even in the slide that we're looking at right now, is very swimming intensive, or at least suggestive in the displays. I'm just curious as to what you're addressing in that regard.
We have not started water monitoring the beach quite yet, but I think maybe before opening the park, and that's something will be on our radar.
It's an impactful matter related to Juanita Bay Park, and so I'm just bringing that up as someone who lives in this area. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies, thank you so very much, and thank you for coming early. We appreciate it. We hope to be able to share the results with you by the end of next week. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good one.
Team members, are you okay with continuing on? The city of Shoreline has jumped on early, and I think they are ready to present. And so I'm going to pull up their presentation. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us a little bit early. And Sarah, am I giving the remote control to you or someone else?
Yes, you can give the remote control to me.
Okay, I will see if I can figure out how to get my mouse down here. And then what I'm going to ask you to do is, why don't you double click first? And then see, can you move using the arrows or something? Move forward one. Okay, now move back with your arrow. Excellent.
Okay.
You are all good and set. And when you are ready, you may begin.
Okay. Well, good afternoon again. I'm Sarah Lane, the Administrative Services Director at the City of Shoreline. I'll be presenting the application for Ronald Bogg South Access Project number 241805 with Nick Bohr, our Parks Fleet and Facilities Manager. The project is located in Shoreline, a city in North King County, Washington, right next door to Lake Forest Park, actually. It is centrally located in Shoreline, just west of I-5. The proposed acquisition site is located at 2140 North 172nd Street in the city of Shoreline. In 2023, the city purchased the adjacent property, highlighted in blue, which is a 0.24 acre parcel with the intent of developing a waterfront park to increase water access for Shoreline residents while conserving mature trees and providing restoration of natural wetland area. Securing funds to purchase the second property along the south end of Ronald Bog, highlighted in red, adjacent to the one the city already owns, would enable the city to develop a new city park with water access. So this goal of combining the 0.25 acre target with the currently owned 0.24 parcel allows for the development of a waterfront park with a plan to install a viewing area, a small playground, picnic shelter, tables, and benches. And it will improve public access with a dock while providing non-motorized boating opportunities. The above, let's do that. This map from Shoreline's Parks Recreation Open Space Plan, which guides the city's priorities in parks and recreation, it identifies the need to address the most severe heat index maps throughout the city of Shoreline. As you can see from this map, the dark red areas, which are generally schools, are the areas we need to address. The target parcel is located just east of Meridian Park Elementary School, which is a severe heat area, which would offer a place for the public to cool in the shade or the water. This chart shows all of our neighborhoods with their acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. The Meridian Park neighborhood in yellow still falls short of the city's average of 7.7 acres per 1,000. With development in progress and anticipated in the future, we consider that this neighborhood will continue to fall behind without the addition of more parkland. We also realize that a small residential lot is a drop in the bucket of what is needed, and that achieving our goal is a daunting task in a community that's mostly developed. And yet, it is a priority to look for these opportunities and take strategic action. Each acquisition is a step in the right direction to providing access to parks and open space to our growing community, particularly in the areas with higher density. Existing recreation opportunities in the area include Ronald Bog Park, a city viewing area with benches along the property line. The park entrance is directly en route to the I-5 entrance with a fast-moving traffic, making it unsafe for pedestrians and vehicle entrance only from the west, which makes this space difficult for residents to enjoy and highly underutilized. A Ronald Bog South access in a quiet neighborhood would draw more pedestrians and small craft boaters who can park along the right-of-way that's immediately adjacent to the future park. Future use of the requested acquisition combined with the adjacent city-owned parcel include the development of waterfront park with recreational benefits, including fishing, non-motorized boating, and nature wildlife viewing. This site is in a residential area in the Ronald Bog waterfront. There's currently a house with a mother-in-law unit, a cement swimming pool, and a small storage shed on the property. The city is requesting funds for acquisition to purchase the property from a willing seller. The project scope includes the acquisition of the parcel and the demolition of the house, built-in cement pool, and the small storage shed. Demolition will occur after existing tenants vacate the mother-in-law unit, at which point the property will provide immediate public waterfront access for wildlife viewing, picnicking, and handheld watercraft and fishing. Street parking is located immediately to the east of the parcel in the noted right-of-way. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Nick Boer to provide more details on the project scope and the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Sarah. So continuing on, this slide shows the future target properties to the south, on the south side of Ronald Bog, directly east of the desired acquisition. As you can see from this photograph, the entire area is relatively flat with a gentle grade or slope towards the water, making it ideal for park development and the previously indicated passive recreation activities. The city would pursue purchase of additional parcels as they become available. Opportunities to purchase waterfront property are rare. If the city doesn't acquire this property, it may be another 25 years plus, if at all, when we'd be able to do so again. As previously noted, we own the property directly to the west. Combining these two parcels, we create publicly accessible waterfront open space. This property is directly adjacent to right-of-way on two sides, which also increases access. It affords the opportunity to create standalone park with the possibility of future expansions as properties along the south side of Ronald Bog come on the market. Furthermore, the proposed acquisition and site demolition will improve water quality through removal of impermeable surfaces and potential pollution generating structures to a known flood in a known flood zone. Sound Transit funded restoration on the north side of Ronald Bog. This photo was taken standing in that restoration area and is looking directly across to the targeted acquisition. A similar restoration could occur in the south access parcels with increased access to the body of water. As noted earlier, access to the restored parkland on the north side of the bog is adjacent to 175th and right at the I-5 interchange, which makes that a very busy and congested area. We have a willing seller who would rather sell to the city than put this on the property on the market to any seller. As mentioned earlier, there's this existing single-family home, swimming pool, and small storage shed. Upon completion of demolition in combination with the adjacent property to the west, there's roughly a half an acre of waterfront parkland accessible to the general public. Note the right-of-way access on the two sides there right in front of you and then off to the right of the picture. The gentle slope to the water affords the opportunity for ADA accessible access. The flat topography is well suited for future public park with activities including nature viewing, fishing, small craft, hand launch area, play area, picnic shelter. Key aspects of this project include increased access for users of all abilities, environmental design considerations. This design will be done adjacent to Indian wetlands and wetland buffers. And King County Conservation Futures Grant funding allows for only 15% development, but combining these properties together will increase development opportunities. It is ideally located adjacent to the right-of-way in a quiet neighborhood. Non-motorized water access is currently difficult from the north side, as talked about earlier with the busy traffic and activities. And site stabilization would include demolition of the current improvements, backfill of the hole where the pool was, and with minimal ground disturbances protect significant trees. The proposed acquisition site is well suited for future recreation use with direct water access for multiple recreation activities. The City of Shoreline's long-term vision is to purchase the residences along the south end of Ronald Bog as they become available in an effort to restore these properties to more natural state, development of an eventual loop trail circumventing the bog, further expansion of open recreation to water, and access from Shoreline's residents. Project engagement. So in the PROSA plan, our public engagement development reached nearly 3,600 shoreline residents. A variety of equity-based outreach opportunities were utilized. Of the 800 shoreline residents who participated in the online survey, 73% identified as white and 27% identified as non-white. This plan guides our engagement efforts. Outreach of the shoreline community at large included constituent conversations, interviews, intercept events, focus groups, online surveys, an interactive map, and open houses in the community. Excuse me. Specific localized community engagement began after the purchase of the property directly to the west with a meeting in the home followed communications in the mail. Since that time, several residents have voluntarily contacted the city with interest in selling their properties as well. The next stage of outreach will occur after we've completed negotiations with the property owner and again during the conceptual design process. We anticipate significant community input, which will influence design. Neighbors have expressed their concern about children on busy roads and a desire for a safe access to public parks. This project will directly address those concerns along with many other key goals, including waterfront access, habitat restoration, wetland protection, floodplain mitigation. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Tree Board is a board that advises City Council and city staff on a variety of parks and recreation issues, has recommended the site for acquisition also. Total estimated acquisition cost is $1.4 million. This includes appraisal review, cultural resources assessment, costs, closing costs, demolition, and relocation of the tenant. The city is currently in negotiations with the property owner, and a waiver of retroactivity has been approved. We anticipate a purchase in the fall of 2024. Demolition to be scheduled after the parcel is acquired, the tenant vacates the property, and as funding is available within RCO guidelines. Staff have applied for King County Conservation Futures Funds for acquisitions and site stabilization of this parcel, as well as the parcel to the west. Park impact fees are earmarked to purchase the property. We are seeking grant funding for acquisition to free up funds for design and eventual development. Funds for development will be requested in future RCO cycles. With that, we appreciate your time and consideration of our request for acquisition funding through the RCO Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program grant, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Questions and comments from team members? And Sarah, if you let go of the mouse for a minute, I'm going to see if I can get here to turn on my camera. Thank you. And we'll start our questions with Garrett.
Good afternoon. Question for you. You mentioned floodplain mitigation. How does that factor into your acquisition strategy, or does that have anything to do with the community and kind of long-term outlook based on the function of the bog and floodplain?
Yeah, so actually, if you look at, well, you can look at them, what you see on the right now where that green arrow is. So it'd be due east of the red parcel there. There's a pump station there, and we've had no flooding here in the past. There's actually been some mitigation work, a kind of a wall put up to protect some of the homes there. You know, that just takes that out of the picture there, the homes. It's been a number of years, and I think we have that handled, but you know, you're reducing the hard surfaces and bringing it back to nature.
There you go. All right, thank you. Super appreciate it.
So Nick, I think the question we were just trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Is this project for mitigation, or you're just saying as a result, it helps to mitigate some?
As a result, this is for water access and parkland.
Okay.
That's just kind of a byproduct result, another positive.
Okay. And then team members, are there any other questions or comments? And while you're thinking, they may have heard this during technical review, but I wasn't around for technical review. How big is the lake area? Does it stay wet year round? It looks, you know, especially even your name, it's a bog as opposed to, you know, a traditional lake. So can you just tell me a little bit about the water body?
That is a great question. I do not know the square foot or, you know, the acre feet. I don't know how much water's in there. Yes, it is wet year round. It's always there. The depth is very stable. I could get back with you and provide the total acreage of the lake. I'm just unsure. Sorry, I should have had that researched.
And your grants manager may already know, and I can check with her, but I was just wondering about the depth of the water and trying to get a good clarity around that part of it. So I'll check in with Haley, and she may have that, or Sarah may have it. And if they don't, I'm sure we'll check back with you just to make sure we get that. Gaina, go ahead.
Do people swim in it?
I have seen occasionally, very rarely. I think a lot of that has to do with acquisition. So like we talked about, the acquisition's really kind of limited on the north side of there. A lot of that's fenced off restoration area, trying to keep people out of that. You can see where the shelter is, you know, in this picture. You can kind of see a little square there. I've seen people in there.
I guess there's a park on the north side there. So
correct.
people use that to swim.
I have seen people out there, not very often, but I have.
Okay. Thank you.
So is that property developed at all?
Which property?
The park property.
Yeah, as park. A lot of it's restoration area. There's a shelter there. There's a kiosk, a small parking lot. You can kind of see in the trees there, very at the kind of the northeast corner. Again, that's very busy though. 175th is where most people come in and out of Shoreline, and you get on I-5 right there.
So you're talking about this area up here?
Correct. Is that, yeah, and I think that's what you were asking about, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh, I just wasn't clear what was existing park ownership versus what you're buying. So that clarity would help.
Okay, sorry about that.
Do you own everything that except for the parcels along this side? That's what I wasn't sure about.
Well, part of it's our I-5, so it'd be Washington State. So the part on the east there is Washington State.
Like down through here?
Yep, correct.
And then where does your property start?
All that up there is City of Shoreline.
And when you say all that
adjacent to the I-5, the property along Interstate 5 will be washed out. So basically where your cursor is, straight down and then go to the west and all the way over the corner there. You know, it's not all park. Down there, stay up.
Okay.
So the north area is parkland.
And I just wasn't sure if there was a better parcel map in your presentation that showed that.
Yeah, we should have been more clear. I apologize.
Okay. Okay, yeah. That's okay. I'll check with the grants manager. There's probably a parcel map in the file. I just wasn't sure what was existing ownership.
I mean, all the existing private ownership is on the south end there. This would be in that area, correct?
So these are all private parcels where we see the housing and all.
Correct. That's exactly right.
And you're just trying to
except for the one we own already and the one we're trying to buy.
Got it. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, just wondering, do people fish in the lake? Is it stocked? Do they paddleboard, canoe, other kinds of uses?
Yeah, and I haven't seen a whole lot of activity. I've seen some swimming. I've seen fishing occasionally, not very frequently. Kirk's on the call here. He's a park superintendent. He might have a little more insight on that.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good question because I do see people fish out there, and it's known for its carp fishing. So there are some residents who really enjoy fishing there. And just to answer a few of the previous questions, if I recall, the lake itself is a couple acres, but we can double check that. But as most of you know, this is part of the Thornton Creek conveyance system, which flows into Lake Washington, and it's in the upper reaches. But this site used to be a peat bog that was mined. So when we've actually checked the depth a few times using radar, we've never actually come to a conclusion because the peat bog is so porous and it goes so deep. So it has an interesting history as a peat bog that was mined. So, and it is part of the Thornton Creek conveyance system. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions from evaluators? Well, thank you very much. Are you folks ready to move on with your next project, and who's presenting it?
I will take the lead on this one again.
Okay. So I'm going to end this one. And team members, we'll do this next one from Shoreline, and then we'll take a break. And Sarah, I'm going to return controls if I can figure out how to get my mouse over to this other screen. Why don't you double click to make sure you have control?
See, and then we'll test it out. I can see the cursor. Now let me try that.
Then hit
There
your
we
back
go.
arrow.
Working.
All right.
Great.
I've got my timer here and I've reset.
Excellent.
So you may begin.
Well, good afternoon again. As I said before, I'm Sarah Lane, the Administrative Services Director at the City of Shoreline. I'll be presenting the West Echo Lake Park Development Project number 241439 with Kirk Peterson, our Park Superintendent, who you just met. It is a development of a new small lakefront park with a dock. This project is also located in Shoreline, a city in northwest King County. And this one is in north central Shoreline, an area that has had significant development along the Aurora corridor and has great public transportation access. The proposed project is the development of a small park on an undeveloped waterfront parcel that will provide outdoor recreational opportunities, including fishing, non-motorized boating, and wildlife viewing. The city's PROSA plan, our Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Arts Plan, sets the goals for the city's priorities, investments in the parks and recreation, and it has goals for equitable distribution of resources. The purchase of this property filled a walkshed gap for residents on the west side of Echo Lake and parts of the Aurora neighborhood. It creates a park within 10 minutes walking distance for residents in that area that otherwise did not exist. At the northwest end of the lake, there is an existing dock, or excuse me, there's an existing park, but it's very difficult for residents in this area to access that park. There are also no public fishing docks in the city of Shoreline. So residents do fish at Echo Lake from small watercraft and from the shores of Echo Lake. Echo Lake West access will support the city's initiatives. In the PROSA plan, we have our Strategic Action Initiative number 6, which is to sustain and expand urban forest tree canopy, and Strategic Action Initiative number 2, providing parks in areas of high inequity and low to no walkability to a park. And this chart that you'll see again, it demonstrates that there are significant gaps to access in parks and outdoor recreation spaces for residents in our Echo Lake neighborhood. With only 1.5 acres of open space in the Echo Lake neighborhood per 1,000 residents, it's well below the city's average of 7.7 acres per 1,000 people. Additionally, the city of Shoreline is growing exponentially. As I mentioned, there's already been significant development along the Aurora corridor, and we see 2 more affordable housing units within walking distance to West Echo Lake. And by 2027, we anticipate 2,800 new units within a 10-minute walk of the proposed development at West Echo Lake. This area is an underserved, does have underserved populations, and using RCO's mapping tool, we can see that it is located within the census block where the median household income is less than $57,680, or 70% of the state median household income. Now, there is a limited water access point in the existing park at the northeast edge of Echo Lake along Interurban Trail that I mentioned before. However, there are not currently any public docks in the city of Shoreline. The project parcel is densely forested and inaccessible to the general public for water access. The proposed project will offer easy water access for fishing, non-motorized boating, and swimming. So our RCO funding request of $348,000 is for development only. The primary goal is to construct a multi-use open water access, including a dock that is safe, accessible, and meets ADA standards while conserving mature trees. As shared in the previous slide, the project parcel is densely forested. The proposed project will see the development of a small park that will conserve mature trees for canopy cover and offer an accessible trail with benches, a picnic area, and dock, which will provide an opportunity for recreational opportunities, including fishing and non-motorized boating. The addition of an ADA parking space will ensure accessibility and enjoyment for people of all ages. Public engagement for the design and initial development of this parcel is scheduled to begin in October of 2024 using a 2024 supplemental state capital budget grant. Our timeline identifies an estimated park opening to the public in May of 2027. The current water access at Echo Lake that I mentioned earlier is shallow and not ideally suitable for fishing from the water's edge. A dock would enhance this missing opportunity to the shoreline residents. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Kirk Peterson, our park superintendent, to discuss site suitability.
Thank you, Sarah. When we look at site suitability, one point to notice is this is the only undeveloped parcel on Echo Lake. It was purchased with King Conservation Futures funds, so only 15% of the property can be developed. This is ensuring conservation of the project site's mature trees while providing water access for public recreation on the city's largest lake. When we look at project design, we really do have a vision for the water access here. We'd like to install a dock with seating and access for handheld watercraft, fishing, natural life viewing for residents in the area of all abilities. We anticipate one accessible parking spot on site with street parking on the west side. We'd like to remove some invasive plant species, perform restoration of the natural area, and install a forested walking trail. Also, we envision a table for picnicking and benches for nature viewing. And this design addresses the need for waterfront access, natural areas, including shade and tree canopy, a curved trail to address the slope, and an increase in public access to Echo Lake. And we'd like to maintain the property as parkland and will sustain the overall health of the lake versus development of multi-family units. And we look at the project design budget. I'd like to give you an overview of the project cost. There's an estimated development project cost of $435,000 and an RCO request of $348,000. Cost estimates were provided by a trusted contractor the city's worked with for recent park development projects, and they include cultural resources, permitting, project management, and development costs for the features identified. As noted before, public engagement and design of West Echo Lake Park is beginning in October of 2024 with an estimated project completion of May 2025. If this RCO grant is awarded, once under contract, the city will move forward in the permitting process with the project becoming construction ready in early to mid 2026. And when we look at project engagement methods, public engagement for the development of the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces and Arts Plan reached out to about 3,600 shoreline residents. A variety of equity-based outreach opportunities were utilized. Of the 800 shoreline residents who participated in the online survey, 73% identified as white, while 27% identified as non-white. This plan guides our engagement efforts. Outreach to the shoreline community at large was done through constituent conversations, interviews. We had some intercept events, focus groups, an online survey, an interactive map, and we also had some open houses with the communities. When we look at project engagement with the community, during the design process, we plan significant community engagement with a focus on our underserved and represented population and this particular neighborhood, with a focus on water access, walkability, and accessibility. The vision for this property is grassroots, and it is supported by the community for restored public water access. When we look at our partners, the Echo Lake Neighborhood Association is one of the city's most active associations, and it supports this project along with the Catholic Housing Services, King County Housing Authority, Alpha Supportive Services, and the Shoreline Parks and Tree Board. Shoreline hosts community work projects at Echo Lake Park and will also be engaged at Echo Lake West Access once the park is open to the public. We will also look for opportunities for partnership with local businesses and our volunteer native park stewards. Sustainability is a big part of this project. The development of this park will consider environmental impact and sustainability for wildlife, urban forest, and water quality. This will include removal of invasive species and development of a maintenance plan to ensure the sustainability of the park. This development maintains a natural area with public waterfront access that would otherwise be developed as waterfront residential properties. It provides waterfront access to a neighborhood with a growing number of affordable housing units. The tree canopy in this parcel is largely tall native evergreens, which provide a lot of habitat and shade. And as we all know, the shade helps to cool the water, and it's a big benefit for water quality. The trees also help to control erosion and help stabilize the site and the slope. And this parcel really does offer a diversity of recreational uses. And as noted before, there's not an existing dock or any other public existing docks in the city of Shoreline. And this dock does have that potential to provide access for non-motorized boating, fishing, swimming, picnicking, and nature viewing. And as we look at cost efficiencies, the city was recently awarded a Washington State 2024 Capital Budget Grant Award of $125,130 for public engagement and design at West Echo Lake that has been previously mentioned. In addition, the city was recently awarded a $1 million grant to increase equitable access to trees and green spaces in urban and community forests through the USDA Forest Service. The proposed project falls within a disadvantaged census block. Funding from this grant would support the coordination of volunteer work groups to remove invasive species. And we do plan to bundle development of 3 parks for contractor efficiency. We do appreciate the opportunity to present the West Echo Lake Water Access Fishing Dock Development Grant Proposal and your consideration of our proposal through the RCO Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program Grant. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Kurt. And questions or comments from team members? Garrett is giving the rest of you a chance. Go ahead, Gina.
I always have a question. The dock design, is there going to be a place where a person could launch a kayak or something adjacent to the dock, or is the dock supposed to be used for launching?
I would say that the actual design will come through our engagement and design process. It's just scheduled to begin in October. So I think that hopefully they will design something that will be most functional for the users.
Thank you.
And Rich, you're next.
Thank you. Will this be a day use only kind of site, or I'm kind of just wondering about how this is going to work with the neighbors, and have you reached out to the neighbors to see how supportive they are about the uses and how it'll be managed?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you. So the neighbors to the, what would be north, that's apartment complex. We haven't talked to anybody there. That's kind of offset from that. I did talk to the neighbor to the south, and they are aware of this. There's 3 parcels there. We didn't emphasize it in this, but as you can see in that picture, those 3 parcels are owned by the same owners or same family. And I said we'd be they were supportive. They were glad to see this happening. It's been undeveloped. It's overgrown with blackberries and other invasives. We'll clean that out. They seem to be happy that would happen. I to tell them if they're ever interested in selling, we'd be interested in buying, so. Day use, no camping, this is at the end of the interurban trail. We do have some issues with, at the park on the other side of the lake there on a canyon. Don't anticipate that here. There's a new affordable housing that is literally a block and a half north on this picture here, and that's walking distance. There's just nothing to serve residents in this area.
Other
Pretty
questions?
sure it would just be day use, definitely, only.
Other questions? Garrett? No questions from you?
No questions from me, Marguerite.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Sarah, Kirk, and Nick, for joining us early and getting through your two projects. We hope to be able to share the results with you maybe by the end of next week. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Nice to see you, Garrett. Later, man.
Team members, it's time for you to take a break. And do you mind if we start up again? Give yourselves at least a good solid 15 minutes or so. And I'm going to switch here so I'm looking at the right clock. And so we start up again at about 10 till. Would that work for everybody? Okay, then why don't we plan to start at 10 till? Thank you. So Taylor? Taylor, can you hear me? Hey, Taylor.
Hey,
Hi, are you
hello.
waiting? Are you expecting Diane to join you for this presentation?
No, and I'm just
Okay,
now seeing the note that you had a project drop.
okay.
Uh,
Hang on just a second, please. Thank you, Diane. You don't need to ask Diane to call me. Taylor is here. He said she's not helping with the presentation, so we're all good.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I set up early and stepped outside. I didn't realize I didn't see your message before I stepped out.
That's quite all right. So Taylor, we had a project sponsor that was running, he had an emergency and couldn't join right away. And so we don't want to keep the advisors hold up. And so they are going to come back from their break at about 10 minutes till 3.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to see if you are prepared. And if Tukwila shows up, we'll go with Tukwila and then just do it in the order it's planned for. But if they don't, then we were just going to ask if you would be willing to jump in and and do your presentation a little early.
Oh yeah. No, I'd be happy to do it early. That's totally fine.
Well, we'll send you a chat if we need to you to hop on sooner than expected.
Okay. Yeah, no
Thanks.
problem.
Thanks much. David? Marguerite here with RCO.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. David, are you ready to present?
Give me just one sec here if you wouldn't mind, and then yeah, we can go right
No,
ahead.
no. You have about a minute or two. They're supposed to. We said we'd start up in about 2 minutes, but I wanted to check with you.
No, sure thing.
Okay. So Taylor, I want to let you know that Dave is here from Tukwila, and so he's going to go ahead and present. And it looks like all three of our applicant sponsors are logged in. So we will just, when the evaluators get back, we'll get ready and we will just keep moving the way we are. But thank you, Taylor, for your willingness to jump in early. We appreciate that. And it looks like, is Jeannie on there? Yeah, so that will work. We'll take, oh, good. So we'll have, I think, most folks in place. So we will be ready to go here soon. And David, I know you're getting everything all sorted and organized on your. Team members, welcome back from your break. And Dave, do you have things set up? I'm going to pull up your presentation.
Yeah, no, please let's do our thing.
So team members, I'm just going to ask if you go to the scoring module, you want to move backwards, either go to the project list or move your toggle backwards, and you want to make sure you are on the Tukwila project. If you recall, they had an emergency, so we jumped ahead. So I just want to make sure everybody goes back so that you are scoring Tukwila. And I think everybody is back. Noel, are you there? Okay, good. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing an evaluator and that all evaluators were back. Okay. Dave, I have my trusty timer here. So when you are ready, you may begin.
Sure. Before we start the timer, just wanted to thank the committee and my fellow applicants for your willingness to have some flexibility. Just a quick little family medical emergency to address real quick earlier. So thank you for your flexibility and your grace. It's very appreciated. And yeah, without further ado, I'm going to start my timer so I can track for myself, and away we go.
So Dave, before you go, I need to make sure I give you control of the mouse.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to hand over the remote control to you. And what I say is, why don't you double click first to make sure you have control? Mouse on the screen. So you might want to just double click.
And then maybe, come on. Not yet. Or at least doesn't seem to be.
Are you seeing your presentation?
I am seeing my presentation.
Okay. So try your forward arrow on your keyboard.
Still doesn't seem to be.
Okay, so let me look, make sure I actually gave you control. So yeah, it says it's going to Taylor. Okay, so now try it again. So double click. So if you want, hang on just 1 second. I see what I've made the mistake. I was giving the mouse to the wrong person. So here you go. Thank you, Tessa.
Okay, let's.
Now, David, try it. So double click. And then now you can just take your arrow keys and move
Okay, yeah,
back
no, there we go. Yeah, all right. Looks like.
and go back one more.
Yep,
And
there
then
we go.
just a reminder, it's a slight delay. Okay.
Yep, no, sure thing.
I think we're all set. You may begin.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. My name is David Rosen. I'm the fiscal analyst for Tukwila Parks and Recreation, here to present to you today the Tukwila Community Center Riverside Trail and Canoe launch for the Water Access Grant, number 241802. For starters, we'll take a look at the state map here, and there is a slight delay, so there we go. Okay, so for starters, looking at the state map here, this project is located within the city of Tukwila on the western side of Washington State within King County, within that central Puget Sound region that you see there. Moving into the regional map, you'll note that the city of Tukwila is pretty centrally located, about a mile east of SeaTac International, 12 miles south of downtown Seattle, and 17 miles north of Tacoma. So really at the confluence of multiple sort of recreational opportunities and employment centers for this project. And the project site itself is at the Tukwila Community Center, just on the northern shore of the Duwamish River, which we're going to show here in the vicinity map. So right here at this bend of the Duwamish, as we have SR 599 directly due to the west, this project being the Riverside campus, if you will, is that project area noted in yellow right there. It's sort of the southern portion of TCC campus as you exit TCC as it faces the northern shore of the Duwamish River. The total TCC campus is 12.8 acres and project area is just under 3 acres by our estimates. So starters, looking at needs and local priorities, we really want to focus on water access for this grant. And what we wanted to note is that, and this is an inventory map for most of the city of Tukwila here, is that we have a lot of waterfront parks that are either along the river. We have a Tukwila Pond Park, but we don't have a lot of parks that actually give you true water access via a boat launch or that are tailored to bringing the river to you or you to the river. You'll note there that the only park we actually have that has river access is the Duwamish Gardens Park. So we have a critical need where we have all this river that runs through Tukwila, but we're not actually providing water access in a way that's actually useful for recreation opportunities. So that's what we're really trying to address with this grant here. There we go, up, and I'm trying to get used to the delay. My apologies. So I know that health demographics are covered in the within the grant itself. But we did just want to highlight the city of Tukwila has some health statistics that we want to be take mention of. So 79.1 years life expectancy, 29.5% of fair or poor general health reported status, and a 36.2 rate of obesity within Tukwila, all of which are statistically significant rates above that of King County. Looking at population trends just to continue to demonstrate need for this project, by 2033, so just a little bit under a decade away, we expect to add about another 2,000 or so residents to the city and about another 600 or so households. So the increased need from different families is only going to grow. And then looking at public input, we're obviously kind of run by our Parks, Recreation, Open Space, or PROS plan, which was last issued in Q1 of 2020. So we're due for an update soon. But what we found from that PROS plan, which had 374 survey responses, 100 plus pop-ups, multiple engagement meetings, and community listening sessions, is the first and foremost, we found that Tukwila Community Center is the most frequently used park and recreation asset. We found that specific recommendations included improving pathways around the campus. And we also found that overall within our park system that there's a need for increase in the green Duwamish River sort of visibility, usability, and recreation access from our community members as they spoke to that PROS plan surveys. So looking into the project scope, here's a before sort of stylized drawing of the campus. We have kind of this, once again, the Riverside campus over here. North side is your parking lot and access. We have some athletic fields that are sort of upshore from the river as well. But obviously, we're going to be focusing on this southern half here. So you have picnic areas, a basic spray park, a ball pit. We have this sort of kind of overlooking wall. And then you'll note really this big trail that kind of leads around campus and creates a pretty decent walking loop as it stands right now on the property. Some more before pictures, and I apologize for the size and compression. Moving from left to right here, basic view of the spray park we have on site, wonderful for summer. It's about to probably close here as we hit Labor Day, but we might expand that for weather. And then we really wanted to show you some views of the trail that as it exists now. So we have this trail view here. That's kind of the southwestern corner of the site. This is that overlook that we showed here as you exit the community center. A concrete staircase that brings you down to the trail, great for accessing it, but unfortunately not ADA accessible, which we will be addressing in this project. And then another picture, once again, of kind of the same trail, but you notice we have drainage issues. And you'll also notice that we have this foliage that kind of blocks your visibility and view and ability to work with the river. So a real part of this project is bringing the river to you. We're not going to, we might lose some of that foliage, but we'll replace it throughout the project as well. So we really want to give kind of the river the ability to kind of recreate and for that to have a communal access along the river. Now looking at the project scope afterwards, taking that same drawing and kind of stylizing it back over, going from top to bottom in this legend. First and foremost are a large number of trail improvements. So a lot of grading, a lot of grubbing, a lot of sort of stabilization of that trail alongside the river, and key also giving different access points to that trail that we wouldn't have normally had before for ADA. Second is bringing the river inward along this wooden boardwalk. So we're going to kind of give some shoreline back to the Duwamish and bring it to you. Third is increased picnic areas, increase both in number and in cooking availability, which is a big need for our community members as well. Fourth, of course, is the canoe launch down here in the southwestern corner. So a nice controlled canoe launch with a wonderful parking lot up on the other side of campus. So you have access and ability to quickly get here. Number 5 is a river overlook tower that's going to go over our walkway and bring you once again kind of on top of and into the river, if you will. And then number 6 is replacing that wall and that kind of overlook that we have with an actual log jam seating wall. So a lot of actual communal gathering space and once again sort of getting to enjoy, recreate connection of community along the river as well. Looking at accessibility real quick, which is a key part of our process in this project, looking at this kind of side, you see orange is our vehicular access and blue is the actual access within the river, within the pedestrian access within the site itself. The two key areas I want to highlight are these purple sections here in the far eastern side and sort of the southern side of the trail. That's actually currently a staircase, and this is currently grading along the trail that are both obviously a staircase, and the grading itself is at a level that's not accessible for those who are in need of ADA accessibility. And we have confirmed that we'll be able to make those accessible pathways throughout the campus. So kind of completing this campus loop was critical, and allowing it to be fully accessible for all of our patrons of different physical abilities is really something we're going to gain out of this project. Why this is a suitable site. So first and foremost, Tukwila Community Center is extremely connected. We're within a King County Metro Flex zone. We're adjacent to the Green River Trail. We're within about 1.25 miles of a future light rail station as that's being built in about 2031, if I remember. We're less than 1 mile from a park and ride. We have a large parking lot for ease of use and access. We're really a connected asset to the city. It is, like I said before, the most used recreation site within the city itself. And it's also getting current investment as well. We're actually doing an HVAC replacement project within TCC right now. So we really want to invest both obviously internal to the structure and external as well for projects such as this. Looking at the project design fit and how it sort of fits into this, we really wanted to focus on the fact that we once again have this need for waterfront access, and we have this need for it to fit into sort of our property portfolio. Once again, we have all these properties that are along the river, that they're alongside, that are next to it, but nothing that really actually gets to have you kind of utilize the river, recreate alongside it or within it, and to provide that critical access. Duwamish Gardens, like we talked about to the north of us, has a water boat launch, but unfortunately has, I think, 2 parking spaces. It's in an industrial area, so we haven't really been able to add something to our portfolio that is tailored to providing that necessary sort of access to the river that we can provide in this project design. Looking at the budget, we're looking at a proposed budget about $3.57 million, half of which would be covered by the water access grant, and the other half would be covered by park impact fees and King County Parks levy funds are currently in hand at the city of Tukwila. Looking on the right side of this, we have the same budget, just broken down by different categories. The lion's share of that being trail improvements, so grading, stabilization, and preparing it for that walkway. Then we also have the improved picnic areas, as well as the log jam seating wall, which are probably the biggest items. We have confidence in these estimates based on them being produced in consultation with the Berger Partnership, who is our design consultant for this project. Moving to project engagement, our methods, we've really had luck with what we call the community cafe model, which is where we pick locations throughout the city and we provide language interpretation services and food for those who can come and provide their input. Tukwila School District has 82 different languages, so providing that in-person ability for someone to come, be provided interpretation and translation services was critical. So these community cafes in person really help. These mood boards that you see here, these 4 examples, allow individuals to provide their input on different sort of aspects of a park. So is it amenities, is it features, is it play, is it character? What makes a good park for you are the questions we want to answer. So we're going to look then at community and partnerships, which are the same slide. So I'm just going to skip through that one real quick to the next one if I can. So looking at community and partnerships, once again, discussing kind of this last one, Community Cafe we did was in November, or one of the most successful ones. We had 49 attendees who spoke 10 different languages. They represented multiple neighborhoods and multiple parks, with one of the most visited ones obviously being the community center itself. And they really helped us address, what needs improvement in Tukwila parks, and then what makes a good park. So the key ones of what makes a good park we kind of heard was walk and run paths, outdoor cooking, protected play, performance areas, contemplation areas. And what needs improvements are that general access, the maintenance, and the play spaces that we can provide. And we really wanted to focus in on that for this project and answer those questions. As it concerns partnerships, we have a wonderful partnership with a local nonprofit named Global to Local who assisted us with these community cafes. We also work with another local firm called Enviro Issues. And we also are utilizing a budget liaison and community outreach liaison structure where we work with local leaders in the community to help us reach out to not only their groups, but other sociocultural groups in need or who want to provide that input to us. And we've had great luck in that. Looking at sustainability, we're going to support local jobs through this project with partnerships that we have with Earth Corps, Dirt Corps, and Partner in Employment through our Green Tukwila Partnership Program, who will help us with the ecological work in the project. The project itself, ecologically, once again, would increase tree canopy, restore and rehabilitate shoreline throughout the park, provide native species and pollinator habitats, and carbon sequestration. Lastly, sort of in the economic public health sustainability, this is a multi-generational project. The city of Tukwila population demographics, as you see here, about 1/3 of the population is either under 10 or 55 and up. So we have a multi-generational need within the city to provide these multi-generational communal spaces that we can provide at Tukwila Community Center. Looking at the diversity of recreational uses, we have this wonderful ability for walk-run paths, for launching of boats. We also have fishermen who actually come and fish off the river right there at Tukwila Community Center. And then also sort of that connection that we can provide in this space. It's a wonderful communal space that we can only make better for community connection, whether it's cooking, spending time with your friends, that same walk-run path. So we have multiple different uses for this park as we bring the river to you. And then last but not least is looking at cost efficiencies. We're going to focus on that same, and as my slide hopefully goes, we're going to look at those same partnerships ecologically for assistance from Earth Corps and Dirt Corps and Partner in Employment for clearing the land and hopefully maintaining it after the project is done. And that is my time. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, David. Questions and comments from the team members? And why don't we start with Garrett?
Hello, David. Thanks for the presentation. Your final comment, Earth Corps, and Dirt Corps, sorry. How does that factor into your plans for operations and maintenance of the new facilities? Is it integral? Is it in addition to? Just want to understand your long-term plan.
No, sure. Definitely in addition to, we have a wonderful parks maintenance team here at Tukwila Parks and Rec, but we've been able to establish these key critical sort of partnerships, not only with these firms, but also with.
Hey, David, we lost your sound. No.
Did I?
Oh. Now we hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's going in and out. So, okay, now we hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Totally wave your arms and stop me if if something's happening. So starting over, just in addition to, we have a wonderful team, but we have these great partnerships with these local firms and volunteers who can kind of help us when those areas might need more attention, especially in the busier parts of the year in those sort of April to August months. But definitely in addition to, as opposed to a replacement or solely relied on. The beautiful part of it, though, I think, not mostly, but a big part, though, is it supports local jobs, especially local immigrant and refugees who get trained in those green jobs as we utilize those firms as well.
Thank you. Rich, you're next, and then we'll go to you, Gina.
I was wondering, so folks that are bringing canoes down to the canoe launch, I assume that's going to be done by a cart using the existing pathways or carrying it by hand, right? There isn't.
That's my current understanding of the project. I don't know. I don't believe we're gonna have anything else amazingly tailored to it. I would imagine we integrate it into the trail and allow either kind of hand cart or sort of by hand.
And then just a quick follow-up. So I'm just thinking how people are going to interact with the river. So I'm thinking anglers in particular, and I saw that there were spots designated for that. What does that look like? Is there any kind of development associated with that, or are there just areas that are sort of primitive that lend themselves to be able to get down on the bank and fish with no need for improvements?
I think kind of a column A, column B. Speaking as someone who's sat in an office kind of and seen our wonderful fishermen kind of come through. Right now they're not really provided a proper way to get to the river itself. And I don't want to speak too much on their behalf, but I imagine it might be some kind of running through some decent brush and weeds to get there. So I think really part of it is this is going to provide clear access and allow us the option, especially in season, to provide those facilities. Is that a boot wash? Is that maybe tables that we can install at the time for them to clean their catch or something like that? So I think a big part of it for us is just providing that more sort of official, yes, we know you're here, let's provide you the proper facilities to get that easier access. So I think that it gives us that flexibility, but I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it does.
Great. Gina, you are next.
There's an existing splash pad, I believe. Is that going to remain?
Our understanding is it's going to remain. So there's some interesting caveats with that. Is it's either going to remain in place where it's at, which this drawing is not reflecting, or you'll notice that this drawing you're seeing here is actually a reflection of a greater master plan for the entire park, for the entire campus, if you will. So we're looking at a potential relocation of that splash pad in a later project or a different phase. That might be a different RCO grant at a certain point. And the other potential concern/caveat is directly south of TCC. You'll note that we actually have, there's actually a bridge there, 42nd Avenue South Bridge, and that bridge crosses the Duwamish River to then connect TCC to other roadways. That bridge actually is being replaced in the next few years. In Q1 of 27, that bridge is going to be removed. So there is potential for staging in this area that might affect the splash pad as it is regardless, which would cause a replacement either in place or in a different place on the campus. That's kind of a remains to be seen, but we're aware of that with our partners in Public Works and with other permitting agencies as well.
Okay, thank you. And is there one last thing? Is there swimming? Do people swim in the Duwamish there?
Not that I know of, or at the very least, not that I've seen. I don't think it's the most recommended deal. So I think our hope is to allow for small craft for them to enter. It's the same thing to our wonderful fishermen. I don't know if I'd be eating everything I catch out of the river, but our goal really is to provide those opportunities, hopefully for small craft, and one day, hopefully with enough ecological restoration for swimming as well.
Okay, thank you.
Rich, did you have another question or comment?
Yeah, I did. And I apologize. I was hoping you could just go back, if we got time, on the cost efficiency slide, because you went through that pretty quick, and I just wanted to review that because I apologize. I really missed it.
No, sure thing. I think I was ending at the end of my time there, so I just wanted to make sure I respected the time limit.
For sure. All right, thanks. That's all I needed. I just wanted to see that. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions or comments from advisory committee members? Well, hearing none, thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you very much, everyone, and good luck to my fellow applicants. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thanks much. We hope to be able to share the results towards the end of next week.
Gotcha.
So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to pull up our next presentation. And first I want to just check and see if Columbia, the Port of Columbia is here. Don't see Janine. Do you see her? Oh, yes, there she is. Hey, Jeannie. I think she's ready. I think you are checking to see if you have audio. Okay. If you don't see your settings, why don't you go out of the meeting and come back in? And then you will see a pop-up, I think, to say connect to audio. Team members, this gets a chance for you to kind of check your scores. There she is. Can we let her in? And now I see her mic. Okay. Okay, so your mic is unmuted. And you might want to check the volume. Why don't you say something so we can see if we can hear you? We can't hear you. We can see your mouth moving, so that's a good sign. And so do you have a telephone or a cell phone near you? Because why don't you grab your phone, because you can use your phone for your audio. What number should you dial? Okay.
She clicks for audio. Just switch to phone audio. Otherwise I'll pull it up in just a second here. I'll get the chat.
So if you look at your Zoom taskbar and you'll see your audio, the little caret by your audio, and there's a place where it says switch to phone audio. Okay, try that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My goodness, I have absolutely no idea why my perfectly good computer is not having any sound. Of course it would do it today.
So don't worry about it. You are all set. We hear you just fine. And
okay.
So do you want me to turn controls over to you so you can change your slides?
Yes.
I'm going to do that.
I'm ready.
And is it Jeannie or Janine?
It's Jenny.
Jenny. There we go. Okay, Jenny, why don't you double click? Okay, now do your back arrow. Go back another slide or two. There you go. And now I think we are ready. I am resetting my timer, so you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Dickinson, and I have been the Executive Director of our Port District for 17 years. We are a special purpose district located in the second smallest county in the state. We operate 2 business parks with 25 business tenants, own and operate a fiber optic network in the city of Dayton, own a short line railroad, and operate Lions Ferry Marina on the Snake River, which is what brings me here today. The project area is located in the southeast corner of the state. The closest larger town to the project is Walla Walla, and the closest more urban area is the Tri-Cities, Kennewick, Pasco, and Richland. Dayton is our county seat and is where our Port District operations are headquartered. The northern border of our county is the Snake River, which is where Lions Ferry Marina is located. This water area is called Lake Bryan, above Lower Monumental Dam, and Little Goose Dam is upriver from the marina just a few miles. The Palouse River flows into the Snake right across from the marina next to Lions Ferry State Park. Palouse Falls is located a few miles north on Highway 261 towards Washtenaw. Our project is actually located at the confluence of 4 counties, Columbia, Walla Walla, Franklin, and Whitman. The Port of Columbia has leased the Lions Ferry Marina site from the Corps of Engineers since the early 1970s. This map shows the location of the proposed pull-through RV sites and restroom, the green drawing, and the boundary lines of the area the port leases from the Corps of Engineers, the black line. The port and the Corps developed the site together, and the port owns and maintains the improvements: breakwater, morages, store, restaurant, RV sites, tent sites, restrooms, fuel station, dog park, etc. We sublease the facility to a private concessionaire who has also invested their own money into improvements that they own: cabins, wagons, and a laundromat. The port will own the new pull-through RV sites. This photo was taken from the proposed work site. My description of the site is important because it directly leads to our development goals. The physical site of the proposed RV pull-throughs is bare land at this time, a sloped grassy area. What's really important is the condition of the entire site, the recreation facility. Maintaining a recreation area is expensive, and we have on-water improvements that we continue to maintain, but may need replacement in the next 10 years or so. The marina was not in great shape when I started my position with the port in 2007. It took me about a year to figure out what was wrong, and since then we have restructured our lease agreements with the private concessionaire, incentivizing them to show a profit and to work hand in hand with the port to make improvements and generate revenue. This has absolutely transformed the recreation site. The privately generated funds now pay for a big chunk of our public facility maintenance costs, and the facility is thriving. Our development goals include connecting accessible RV sites to all of the Snake River recreation opportunities we offer, including an accessible fishing dock that is already in place. Replace water access lost when our neighboring state parks ceased offering camping. Modernize facilities to meet modern standards, generate revenue to maintain the public facility, and improve economic opportunities for constituents. Let's see, I think I skipped ahead too fast. The serviced area stretches from Ritzville to Pasco to Walla Walla and Tri-Cities. It is large and some is sparsely populated, but users from the population centers make the drive to our marina because it's more affordable. Starbuck in Columbia County is the closest town. Washtenaw in Adams County and Colotus in Franklin County are part of the immediate social and economic area of influence. These are very small towns that suffer from dwindling population and tend to be made up of lower income folks. Service gaps have widened with the closure of all camping at Palouse Falls and Lions Ferry State Parks. Between the two, it is a loss of 92 campsites. This has happened at a time when visitorship in the area has increased due to the designation of Palouse Falls as the official Washington State waterfall. Current and anticipated uses of the site include the marina, RV and tent sites, specialty camping with Conestoga wagons and cabins, a store and restaurant, a playground, and a laundromat. The need for the project has been identified and prioritized in several ways and is directly linked to the port's comprehensive plan, which includes a marina facilities plan, the community's parks and recreation plan, the state's camp plan, and the desires of the users of the facility. This photo shows the natural and built features of the facility. I've already talked about many of these things, so I won't go through them again, but these are all of the built facilities at the location. The marina is built on a hillside, which prohibits us from renovating any existing RV spaces into pull-through spaces because it's terraced. The hillside will be leveled and graded, and 10 pull-through sites with patios will be constructed along with a new upland restroom and shower house. The project will connect new accessible RV spaces and restrooms to our existing accessible fishing dock. So the picture on the right is the accessible fishing dock, and the arrow shows where it is located near the fire ring at the marina. And you can see how the new sites will be at the top of the hill, and they will connect to the fishing dock. It will also upgrade the 1970s facility for modern vehicles that don't fit the terrace sites, generating revenue to cover maintenance costs for the public facilities, and it creates jobs for the citizens of the region. The recreation opportunities are abundant at the marina: boating, camping, fishing, kayaking, paddle boating. We just had a Swim the Snake event 2 weeks ago where people swim between the marina and the park. Wildlife viewing and day use. The site is very suitable due to its location adjacent to existing recreational development that is thriving. It is located adjacent to existing utilities, including the drain field that serves the entire facility. A water connection and sewer connection survey has already been completed, which determines that there is ample capacity in our system to accommodate this new development. The design we have chosen aligns with regional needs and our development goals by creating accessible RV spaces and replacing those lost campsites from Palouse Falls and Limes Ferry. Texas Rapids, which is 11 miles away, offers dry camping only. Chief Timothy, Charbonneau, and Fishhook Parks do offer camping, but they're all 40 miles or more away. There is a clear socioeconomic need in the region, and our marina at the confluence of the Snake and Palouse rivers is the logical location to expand our existing services. The public-private partnership model we have built is really the most cost-effective way to offer these kinds of recreation opportunities to the public. The design includes 10 pull-through RV sites with patios, which meets KOA standards because we do operate the facility as a KOA. 2 sites are ADA accessible, and the upland restroom and shower house is also ADA accessible. Trees will be included in the landscaping, which are far and few between in the area and will provide important shade. This bathhouse will be open to any users of the marina, not just those in the RV spaces. This is a great opportunity to upgrade, provide better accessibility than the facilities designed in the 70s do. The project budget was completed with help from an engineer with Anderson Perry and input from the KOA National Design Department, the port, and our private concessionaire. The estimate includes sales tax and a cost escalator to better estimate what this might cost in 2026 prices. The real estate process application with the Corps of Engineers has already started, and they have assured me that it can be completed within 6 months. Project engagement methods. We had extensive outreach to users of the facility with surveys, public meetings, and one-on-one conversations. We had great dialogue with our community members during our Cooperative Parks Master Planning process. We do annual customer care surveys. And interestingly enough, the Washington State Parks was conducting a camp planning process during our planning time, and where they were discussing Lions Ferry and Palouse Falls State Parks and discussing the fact that they were either had already shut off camping or were going to close camping. And we have discussed with them directly how we can all meet the needs of the region. We've had public meetings, public hearings, public notices and papers, social media websites, direct conversations with disadvantaged rural residents. Our facilities master planning process in 2017 and 18 had many public meetings at the marina. We had people attend from all over the region, and we held a public hearing before that plan was adopted. And much of that information helped inform our Cooperative Parks Master Plan. Again, this very impactful engagement strategy are the annual customer camping surveys, customer surveys that KOA conducts on our behalf. And we really get a lot of great information from those surveys. One perfect example is the playground and the tent site privacy barriers we've recently put in. Those were direct requests from the users of the facility. And like I said, we had great partners in the planning process: state parks, the Corps, City of Dayton, Columbia County, City of Starbuck, KOA, and then our Port District, and then the members of the public. So many features of the marina do not generate revenue. Here's a picture taken just a couple of weeks ago of people fishing on the breakwater. Fishing is free and the breakwater doesn't make any money. So it's critical that we generate revenue at this site to maintain these public facilities. Our model has done that successfully, and the RV sites will help us add funds to that model and help take care of the public infrastructure. This is also a gathering place, promotes physical, social, and cultural connections in the region, jobs for Starbucks residents. It supports the major economic development initiative of our community by providing access to water as originally intended and economic opportunities for our residents. We have a proven track record of developing and maintaining the facility. This is what it looked like before we started in the early 1970s. You can see that it's come a long way. And here's another fun picture that shows the Dock A, Moorage A, what it looked like in 1971, and then what it looks like today. Cost efficiencies, let's see, recreation uses first. Great many things happen here: boating, day use, picnicking, camping, store, restaurant, kayaking, swim the snake event that I mentioned. And it's free. People can come and use our facility for free. The camping costs money, but you can fish, you can use the day use, all of that stuff is free. The cost efficiencies of the project, we have had a great number of users of the facility and construction companies in the region that have pledged in-kind donations and services in order to make the match for this project work. It's pretty impressive. Our Port District is literally just putting in a little over $100,000 to make the match work. And this really is a testament to how important this facility is to its users and the people of the region. I think that's it. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to, share again. And provide an opportunity for evaluators to ask questions or provide comments. And it looks like Rich is going to be asking the first question.
Yeah, I'm just curious, why did state parks discontinue camping at those several sites that you mentioned?
So different reasons for each facility. Lions Ferry State Park was one of the 4 state parks that was discontinued as a state park back in probably 2005 or 6 and turned back to the Corps of Engineers. The Corps tried to run it they tried to have a private company run it. I think it's called Land. I can't remember the name of it. They're the ones that run Project Timothy or Chief Timothy. And it's not cost effective. It's a bunch of green grass you have to mow, and there's not enough money to make it work. And so our port actually ran that park for 2 years. And I gave the numbers to the state to show them that if they didn't invest in some more camping that would generate revenue, that park could not be privately operated. So we gave it back to the Corps, and then eventually we got very lucky and the state decided to take it back, but they have never reopened the camping side because it's so expensive. And then Palouse Falls, it's because people were making very poor decisions at Palouse Falls, and there were deaths and accidents and rescues, and they decided that it would be safer if they just didn't have any camping at all. And I've talked with both entities. I've talked with both entities about what we could do long term, because Palouse Falls really has a lot of visitors. And we've talked about buses, you know, having people camp either at our facility, or if they were to reopen camping at the state park, having buses or some way that they could take people up to the falls and see it, but still have people be able to camp in the area. And that's part of their planning process, but I don't know yet what they're going to do.
And how much will be charged for each of these campsites?
Well, our current RV sites are about $55 a night. I don't know if we have, I think that's what my model was based on, was about $55 a night. They might be a little more though because of the patios. So that's a good point. I would guess it would be a little bit more.
Okay, thanks. I think you're muted, Marguerite.
Thank you. That's what I was telling Eric. Eric, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Never heard that message, but thank you.
There you go.
My question stems from just what you said regarding possibly bringing in campers for outside, whether it's busing or other. Just want to help understand the direct correlation of the RV use and the possible camping importation, as it were, to actual water access, water use, just so that there's a strong connection between the two.
Well, I guess what I was telling you that because it's a bigger discussion about the whole recreation of the region, which is all water access related. Lions Ferry State Park has the best swimming beach in the area and the beautiful green park. And then Palouse Falls is, I don't know if you consider that water access. They can only look at it. So I don't know. But it's very popular. So our project is for water access at our marina. That is the goal. So my discussion of the bigger picture was just part of the planning stuff that's been going on. It's not, we're going to do our project no matter what the state parks do, because we need to keep providing access to water when there's more and more demand, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Let's go to Kim.
Hi, Jenny. I guess just to follow up on that, and I think maybe a different way to look at it is, I guess maybe when you create RV camping opportunities, you could bring others from outside to a site that not is only for camping, but also has all these water recreation abilities.
Yeah.
Right? It took me a while to do the connection, but I think ultimately that's the bigger picture, is that able to allow the public from anyone from anywhere in the state who's interested in camping in this area, and not just camping, but is able to also go down and do some water recreation. And currently the parking doesn't support RV type, and RV is what you see mostly popular in this area for camping, and I see you also have like cabins, like things on site, if I remember correctly. Is RV one of the bigger driving economic needs here, and that's what you see mostly in terms of camping?
Absolutely. RV camping is by far number one. We do have tent campsites, but it's only about 10. We have 3 cabins and 2 of the Conestoga wagons, the fun specialty camping, but the RVs are by far the biggest demand for overnight. And then we have 84 boat slips. I mean, I guess maybe I'm surprised that it didn't come across in my presentation, but access to water is the whole point of this. I mean, that is what the marina is about. It's about access to water and the the boating, the fishing. So many fishermen come here. So many people use our boat launch, whether they're camping or not, but we want people to be able to come there and stay there and use our boat launch and use our day use and our accessible fishing dock. That is wonderful. It needs more use. It needs people to be able to stay there and use it. So this is clearly 100% about water access. Sorry, I didn't make it more clear.
Well, thank you very much, Jenny. That was very clear. And we have run out of time on this project. Evaluators, hopefully we got all of your questions addressed. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we hope to be able to share the results with you, Jenny, by the end of next week. So thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
So this time around, when I give the controls to Taylor, I think he will be able to double click and make sure he has access. Good. And then Taylor, you want to move? And then why don't you unmute yourself? Okay. So give me a second, Taylor. I'll send you this little unmute yourself. So don't touch the mouse for a minute. Okay. Okay, see if that little message popped in. There you go. Okay,
that should be.
I hear you. Now double check and make sure you have control of the mouse again.
Can I use my keyboard arrows to go back and forth?
Yes. But I think you have to double click first.
Okay.
Get control. Okay,
there we go.
Now try your arrow key.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, now go back. Excellent.
There we go. All right.
And I am resetting my timer.
All right. Last one, everybody. Nice job.
And you may begin.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor Luneau, and I'm pleased to share the town of Darrington's proposal to create in-town access to the Sauk Wild and Scenic River. RCO's support will help connect an underserved community with a unique riparian landscape through the development of a river park and acquisition of prime salmon habitat. Darrington is a gateway community located an hour and a half northeast of Seattle. Following the devastating Oso landslide, Darrington residents first envisioned creating a river park to enhance community health and well-being. Stakeholders identified the eastern edge of town on the Sauk River as the best place to realize this goal. A social trail network was created here, but has since overgrown, and the former bridge that crossed the Riverside Channel has since been deconstructed. With your help, Darrington will realize their 10-year dream to provide safe river recreation opportunities like swimming, fishing, and wildlife watching within walking distance of the town's core and pedestrian pathways. So despite its advantageous proximity to the Sauk River, the town of Darrington lacks walkable access to this wild and scenic destination. Darrington's modest population of roughly 1,500 residents are fortunate to have an abundance of forest-based recreation nearby. However, for those with limited transportation, the primary green space in town is Old School Park, which can be connected to the town of Arlington via the White Horse Rail Trail. Those seeking to access the river, however, must drive a mile out of town to the Sauk River Bridge. This access point was described by residents as unattractive, with confusing parking, and dangerous given the high volume of log trucks traveling to the adjacent mill. So guided by interest from residents, the town acquired 4 parcels known collectively as the Evans property, with the intent of developing in-town river access. This property is joined to the north by land purchased by Seattle City Light with surfboard funding to conserve salmon habitat. Darrington attempted to purchase this property as well, but the seller was reluctant at their time of inquiry. When SCL purchased it, there was a bridge in the northwest corner of the property that afforded access to the river's main stem in half of our proposed project area. So unfortunately, this bridge was later deconstructed, forcing visitors to cross unsafe log jams to access the island on the other side. Residents have since worked to find an adequate solution to restore safe passage to the river's edge. Currently, the southern portion of the project area is used for hiking, wildlife viewing, dog walking, and outdoor education programming, among other pursuits, and is well visited by Darrington's youth. However, we learned from town surveys that many in the community don't currently visit the site due to its access restraints. So while Darrington's population is small, it's expected to grow by 18% by 2044, and visitation to Darrington spikes in the summer months as tourists drive over the Mountain Loop Highway or celebrate at the Bluegrass Festival. While this access project is anticipated to primarily serve residents of Darrington, we expect visitors to town to utilize the site to go for a swim or as a picnic spot due to its quick walk from the downtown district. And it's important to mention that Darrington is a disadvantaged community with a high degree of social vulnerability and poor health outcomes. The data from the Economic Innovation Group reveals how acutely distressed Darrington is in relation to adjacent communities. RCO's investment in this project will help the town further their nascent but growing outdoor recreation economy, as well as connect disadvantaged youth to healthy activities in the outdoors. And this project is identified as a priority in the 2015 comprehensive plan, as well as the soon to be released 2024 plan, and will also help the state actualize many of their goals in the Washington SCORP, like reducing barriers to the outdoors for disadvantaged communities and supporting projects that are grounded in collaborative partnerships with a keen eye towards ecological protection. So we're seeking RCO support to develop a river access park that will retain the existing riparian and forested landscape within the 40-acre project area, with the addition of constructing roughly 1.5 miles of trails and supporting infrastructure, improving the current parking, and rebuilding the pedestrian bridge to provide access to the river. Additionally, we've confirmed that if awarded this grant, SEL will transfer their property to the town of Darrington, pending approval from City Council. While this transfer did not meet the criteria for a combination project, we want to emphasize that with RCO support, the town can acquire the best location to develop the pedestrian bridge and make this vision a reality. So here's an overview of what we're envisioning for the property, including trailhead access in the northern and southern ends of the park. Accessible trails are shown in green, with more natural trails in orange. There are 3 river access points on the eastern portion of the park, and the keystone of this project, the pedestrian bridge in the northwest corner. On the left here, you'll see the site of the old bridge, which still has riprap and concrete debris in the channel. WDFW has said they'd like this material removed to restore the channel's natural bankful width. On the right, you'll see an example of a social trail we'd like to improve, which leads to one of the river's many beaches. The site is a mere 3-minute walk from Moe's Coffee Shop, under 10 minutes from the school, 2 blocks from 20+ parking spots at Old School Park, and the only real opportunity to provide in-town access to the river. This project will allow for all matters of human-powered passive outdoor recreation and serve as an outdoor classroom, especially at the interpretive zones in the southwest portion of the project area. The northern trailhead has an old roadbed that extends out to the river, which can easily be improved to meet accessibility goals. The old bridge footings are found here and can be improved to accommodate a new bridge. And this property is conserved for salmon habitat, and we've worked to design a natural bridge that will limit potential impacts on the side channel. Important to note is that the majority of the project area is in a 100-year floodplain, and seasonal flooding is a part of why education, interpretation, and resource conservation are valued so highly here. Significant perennial flooding is shown here in red, moderate in yellow, and low in green. Flood activity was considered extensively in the planning and design of access elements, with trails being minimized in flood zones. The green Class 4 trails were located on existing roadbeds, which are above grade and possess upright and intact vegetation, indicating limited impacts from perennial floods. When dry in the summer months, sandy channels are frequently used for hiking, leading the planning team to consider the seasonality of some orange Class 2 trails. Digging deeper into the design elements, we worked with a firm to draft the proposed concept plan based on community feedback. The 80-foot side channel can be spanned with a 100-foot long pony truss wooden bridge like the one shown here, which is based on the U.S. Forest Service Bridge Manual. And a great deal of consideration was given to ensure the long-term viability of a pedestrian bridge in light of the large volume of woody debris in the channel. Western Wood Structures, a firm from Oregon, specializes in developing bridge for sites just like this one and proposed several design solutions. WDFW expressed confidence the bridge could meet state code, primarily by ensuring the bottom of the bridge was at least 3 feet above the water surface at 100-year peak flow. And in addition to these design adaptations, the town is investigating ways to mitigate a possible avulsion of the side channel to ensure private property downstream are not adversely impacted by a significant flood event. So trail type classes included accessible and natural, with roughly twice the amount of natural trails proposed, primarily in the western portion of the park to ensure river access to the, the main stem could still be afforded while still maintaining a natural forested ethos. Additional elements like trail signage are needed to ensure that folks are educated on the natural and cultural heritage of the site and assist in wayfinding to the Sauk River. And currently, space exists at both trailheads for limited parking that would benefit from modest improvements to manage future visitation. Finally, improvements to old staircases at the access points to the river are necessary to ensure ease when walking down to the beaches or the waterway. So we're requesting just shy of $882,000, with the bulk of that cost for the pedestrian bridge and trail development. Cost estimates were informed by regional trail builders, engineers, and planners familiar with the market. The town plans to hire a project manager who will oversee the project, and we expect it to be construction ready in under a year. Project engagement occurred extensively over the past year, with feedback sought from residents, local stakeholders, including a representative from the Sauk-Suiattle tribe and community groups. Notably, a town visioning session and online survey provided valuable insight that guided the final design features proposed today. We even worked with several local school groups to gather input and expose them to careers in environmental management. We heard a lot of support from survey respondents and paid special attention to details like the balance between accessible and natural pathways. As this local pointed out, those of us that are limited or physically handicapped would love to be able to access the area. And given resounding interest, we've included ADA pathways to access benches along the river's banks. This is truly a collaborative project that's been deeply informed by the thought partners shown here. Technical review was generously provided by Sauk-Suiattle Tribe and SRSC. WTA informed trail setting and design. GPI is committed to engage local youth in future maintenance of the park through their workforce development program. Hampton has agreed to donate all necessary lumber for the bridge, and SCL has worked hard to find an access solution that continues to protect prime salmon habitat. And while the scope of this project is relatively modest compared to some, there were many ecological and social factors to carefully consider. Importantly are the location and type of materials used in the project area so as to best mitigate potential impacts to salmon habitat. We believe that through formalizing this asset as a park will bolster community health and well-being and educate visitors on the value of this unique landscape. This project will unlock a wide variety of opportunities for recreationists and educators who are eager to enjoy the natural beauty of the Sauk River. Whether taking a stroll along the river's edge, pulling your boat up for a snack between rapids, or studying the local macroinvertebrates, the Sauk River Park will provide a lot of value to the community. Finally, we're leaning into our relationships to actualize this project. Our partners have agreed to match RCO's investment with materials, labor, technical capacity to make it happen. We also know that by keeping this relatively natural in character and building upon existing features, we can minimize our costs while still delivering a sustainable and valuable recreational experience in the heart of Darrington. So we appreciate your time and consideration and look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Taylor. Taylor, I just want to make sure, because we're in the water access category, and when you were describing and showing your project, it looks like there's about $4,500 in the project to do the water access site. Is there something else or other places along this corridor where people can access the river?
I'm sorry. So The $4,500 might be, my clicker isn't working to go back.
And
But
that was specifically, if you, let me see if I can go back for you.
Thank you. Well, while you're doing that, that's specifically for some benches that were along the edge of the bank itself. And then we have within our trail budget, a lot of things like the actual access approach and the stairs to get down to the waterway itself. So the actual water access component is wrapped into several different budget line items.
And I think I'm going to go back to your plan. So if I'm looking at this plan, is this because see, what I'm saying is, are these the trails that you're building? The
Correct. Yeah.
lines here. So this is the only place for water access?
It is, but also down in the southwestern portion of the park area where you see that little book, that's an interpretive zone along the side channel. So folks entering along the southwestern portion of the park can actually walk out to this side channel, and they'll be able to hang out next to the river here. But then if you want to access the main stem, you would need to walk to the northern portion of the trailhead there, and then cross over on this green trail, which is an ADA accessible trail, and then go out to the main stem of the river.
And so this is all going to be accessible trail, and it'll get you to the main stem. Okay.
Yep. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck on the other side of the side channel.
Okay. Thank you for helping me to understand that better. Gina, you have questions or comments?
Yeah, so having lived in many small recreation towns like this, I just wonder about long-term O&M plans. It doesn't look like a whole lot of facilities here, but still, it takes operations and maintenance over time.
Yeah, and I actually invited the executive director of the Glacier Peak Institute to join today, Oak Rankin. He and his organization have volunteered to step in and assist the town with the future maintenance of this site. Their workforce development program engages youth to expose them to all sorts of different skills and job training in the outdoors. So Oak, if you want to just say hi to let folks see your face, that would be great.
We're planning on using for our workforce development. Poverty's in rural communities like Darrington, poverty's risen by 50%. Special education has tripled. Schools have been cut by a third. A lot of outdoor recreation jobs go to the I-5 corridor, not to our rural forest communities. So we're really keen on how does the rural forest and restoration economies really work for our rural forest communities as a format of healing and finding a future. And getting access to the river, which we don't have, is key to that and maintaining that. So we're planning on using that for grants and with our workforce development programs to this maintenance be a part of that, as well as there's a number of community volunteers as well that we're working with.
Thanks, Oak.
Other questions or comments from the team? Go ahead, Rich.
Thanks. I'm looking at the map here, and I understand you got a lot of input from WTA, and I appreciate that, and I certainly trust where they led you with this, but I can't help but wonder why. So you got the trailhead up in the northwest part with the bridge. Did you ever think about that bridge being down there by the outdoor classroom area, where it's the narrowest part of that 100-year floodplain or whatever it is that in red that I'm looking at, just for a more direct route? So you'd be going across about half that amount of distance, and you'd also be in a straightaway of the channel and perhaps have more channel stability.
We did. And what you're looking at here on the right are some of those sandy channels from perennial flooding. And this area in December gets a fair amount of water. So this would be your access point. To do that effectively, we were talking with WTA and a fellow from Herrera as well as a local engineer. And we had trouble identifying a good spot to build that bridge. Realistically, it was that northwest corner. It was a higher elevation. The private property owner that was there prior to SCL's purchase had a bridge in that site. So it's actually elevated and it leads out into an old roadbed that is above grade as well. So we investigated that, but due to the sandy soils that are in the southwest portion, due to being at slightly lower elevation, we felt like it was a less opportunistic spot for the crossing. Although I agree with you, it would be shorter, just given the other microclimate of the spot, it wasn't quite a right fit.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess the one thing I wasn't catching, I'm seeing it now, is that that higher ground on each side of the bridge. I can see the benefit of that for sure. So that makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
Totally. Yeah.
Other questions or comments for Taylor or Oak in regards to this project? Well, hearing none, thank you very much, Taylor, for wrapping us up.
All right.
We hope to be able to finish our scoring and share the results with you at the latter end of next week. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
I'm going to sign us off and then we'll do a little debrief. So for those of you who have been watching, you have been watching the 2024 evaluation sessions for the water access category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. Local and state agencies have been presenting projects requesting funding to provide access to Washington's waterways. For those of you that are interested, the governor and the legislature will consider funding these projects during their meetings or during the legislative session coming up in early 2025. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and the grant programs we have to offer, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thank you for listening, and we hope you will join us again this fall when we start to consider our motorized boating, our shooting range programs, as well as our backcountry trails. Thanks much. Bye-bye.